Hello, my friends. David Snedeker here of the Indoctrination, and I just want to welcome you all. I'm going to jump right into this. Normally, I'll have a bit of intro music and a chance for everybody to kind of get in and get settled. But I'm going to go ahead and jump into this. I have Mike Gill in the green room waiting to come on, and I just wanted to come on and give you all a minute. He's in the process right now of sending me a few things that we're going to be including in this Truthcast. And I would like to just start with welcoming everybody from Rumble, on the Indoctrination on Rumble, and also on X, both my channel and Hawk J. Marsden, Marine Vet, my friend Hawk, who's sharing it out to Facebook and YouTube. If you want to watch on those channels, then look for that. It's Hawk J. Marsden on Facebook, and also Hawk's Mustard Seeds 25, all one word with the numbers 25. So if you'd like to watch that on those platforms, you may do so. Thank you, Hawk, for sharing that out. And I just, my friends, I've done many of these shows, about 1,100 live shows, and I am very honored to have this guest with me today. And he and I have been back and forth on some things, with some things we didn't agree on, and there's more that we do agree on than what we don't agree on. And what I would ask you to do, and I used to do this at the beginning of all my shows, I still do from time to time, is that imagine, like, for all of us that grew up in a northern climate, a cold climate, we're all used to going out with our winter coats, but we don't want to lug them around the restaurant or the nightclub or the bar. So we take off our coat and we check it at the coat check. And so with all my shows, we've had what's called a coat check, and we imagine all of our preconceived notions, unconscious bias, and indoctrination wrapped up in that coat. And we're just asking you to take off that coat, check it at the coat check, and it's safe there. And you can grab it at any time on your way out or what have you. But what it does is it allows you to come into a space where you are safe, by the way, because I have the mod squad of moderators across all platforms that are making sure that things are remaining civil and respectful. And so you don't have to put up your dukes in the Sned shed, as we have come to call my studio. So I welcome you to do that. Grab a snack, grab a drink, grab your favorite person, your favorite you, and cheers, everybody. Come on in. And I'm going to introduce you to somebody very special right now. The reason we had to push this time back just a little bit was because we spoke for over 3 hours, 3 hours, 18 minutes this afternoon on a great many things. And obviously wanting to get to know each other. This is the first time that Mike Gill and I have spoken. So what we're hoping for tonight is, I would like you to get to know this man. I would like you, if you don't know him already, if you don't know me, I'd like you to get to know me a little bit, and to listen respectfully and just look into the possibilities. It's my shows are more of a thought experiment than anything, to giving you something that you can actually think about and do more research on your own into these. And I will say that of all my shows, we used to have, my team would put together 30 to 40 pages of show notes, and we call those receipts. We call those sauce in the Q world. And I will tell you that there's probably no one in this entire movement that has more sauce, more receipts than the man that I'm about to bring up. And I'd like to welcome everybody and introduce you to Mike Gill. Mike, thank you for joining me today.
Thanks, Tad and Dave, for having me here.
And
now I feel like I've known you. This show just went on its fourth hour, but that's okay.
That's
I think,
right.
You know what? At the end of it, we found common ground, or at least enough to talk about it.
Absolutely. And I thank you for that time earlier today, and it would have been wonderful to record it, but it was also very important for for both you and I, two people that have been persecuted at different levels in this movement, to kind of get to know each other and to feel comfortable with each other and to kind of know where each other is coming from. And if there's one thing that I decided early on in my my realization of, Mike Gill's on the picture and kind of seeing what you're going through, is that this is a man that needs to be heard. If for no other reason, because of the persecution that you've gone under. And so let me let you just take it away. And if you would, just, tell us what you'd like us to know about Mike Gill, please.
Okay, I would. I'd like to tell you, Dave, I'm a thick-skinned, and I'll deal with the confrontations as they come, because I am that confident in the truth that I'm carrying and in importance. What you may hear is confidence. It's not arrogance. I'm a homeless man with no money. So where's that ego? But now I was somebody. I had to, and I guess what I want to start by introducing myself is as me and Dave started talking and realized that I didn't know Dave and Dave didn't know enough about me. So what I did as a young man, I built the largest volume mortgage brokerage firm in the United States by volume. Now, I'm not telling you about bragging about that. Again, I'm a homeless guy now.
Right.
But it gave me the education and the finance. My base was New Hampshire. When I found the laundering network in New Hampshire, it was from the position of the largest volume brokerage firm in the country. So what I'm trying to tell you is who I am and what I am made sense that I would find that. The largest volume broker being right next to what was the laundering network. The head of that, the creator of that is Bill Shaheen, which is my lawyer. Bill Shaheen was the campaign manager for Hillary Clinton. Bill Shaheen represented Maxwell after her arrest. He's married to Senator Shaheen, okay? He is the deep state. He is the one who built this laundering network. Now, what I wanted to tell you is I was a father of 5 children. I was the world champion in thoroughbred racing, the largest racing stable in the world. I beat the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia 3 times, all of them. Turns out there's more than one. Now, I tell you this, I gave up that life and that wealth. I started a company called State of Corruption. You know what I did? I spent tens of millions of dollars in it. And all it was is to help victims of corruption. I took money from no one, ever. I helped with your expenses. I helped the victims. I helped them move. I helped to protect them. I went to court with them. But I developed over those time the insight of what was going on. The corruption was going on. When I tied to the banking department, found out what they did, I leveraged them, went to the public, put it on signs. I had 8 offices, put them on signs. The banking department, the judges, to find out the money laundering network. They offered me $50 million. Dave, I sent you on the $50 million, the releases. Those names are the deep state. That's Bill Shaheen. That's the IRS, Department of Revenue. Everything that audits is part of the laundering network. You would catch them through those entities, which is why those entities are on the settlement. Who gets cited for targeting with the IRS? Senator Gene Shaheen. See, there's your IRS connection. You know who Bill Shaheen was before? The U.S. Attorney. He's the Department of Justice. Do you know what the Department of Justice does? They sell protection. So does the FBI. They control the courts. That's what I exposed. I put it on signs across 3 states. I put the cartels on my signs. You'll see lawsuits. James O'Keefe and Aaron Day from Project Veritas brought me the heads of the cartel. They knew what I was doing through the laundering network and finding that. They were going to use that as leverage against Shaheen. And he did, and it worked. And Sununu became the governor. That's why Sununu and Trump hate each other, because that's the leverage that he used. Sununu's now the guardian of the laundering network. Now,
So, so Mike, can we pause? Can we pause on those people? Because we will come back to those.
Yes. Okay.
But because I really want people to know about you and like what makes you tick. Because you basically, the reason you dropped Bill Shaheen's name is because you are up against some formidable characters that we and our listeners can all agree on that are not good people. They're not on the right side of history.
What do you mean? You mean I dropped Bill Shaheen's name? You mean after the cartel?
Yeah, meaning that you're
no. Shaheen was 10 years before the cartel.
Yeah, no, Shaheen, I mean is that
Shaheen's
who you're up against.
Listen, Shaheen's on the settlement for 50 million, and that's 13, 14, 15. Okay. I didn't know the cartel 616. That's when Day and O'Keefe brought it to me. So were we up against it? Aganos is the largest American cartel in the country. Pandora Papers, who dropped 935 billion into the laundromat, that I am that Pandora box in that evidence. You see what I'm trying to say? That's where we are. That's the leverage. It is their money. And what runs it all is blackmail and extortion. So Bill Shaheen was before the cartel. I found the laundering network before I found the cartel. But when I found the laundering network, which is why it's so important, why Biden and the cabal is so scared, you find them. We talked about Maxwell buying the house in New Hampshire. She bought it in an LLC from a Treasury cabinet mender under Obama. It's all hidden money. Listen, it's as much as they can steal. The issue is, how do you clean it and how do you hide it?
What is you have exposed many people, and in a very, very damning way, to their ongoing operations, their reputation. But you haven't done that willy-nilly. Like, you are coming at this with facts, with receipts, with documentation.
Complete precision.
And as
complete precision. Complete
precision. So what drives you to do this? Because obviously you have given up your business. By trying to expose the cartel, you were fined $284 million out of New Hampshire Supreme Court, right? You were basically, and they seized all your businesses. They seized your mortgage business, the largest in the world.
Millions of dollars, right? And you know
millions
what?
Of dollars.
I could have said no. I could have said no. They'd have given me 50 million, and I get to keep all my stuff. Now, why did I pick door number 2? Would you? How about this? You see door number 2 right now? President Trump's standing in that seat right now, which is why I can say it. I lived it. I told you. You've seen the path that I take. Do you think if I turned around and took the settlement and then I kept my money too, and I'm also untouchable? You understand? What I know would make me untouchable. But I gave it to you. So the bottom line here is, listen, I went to school. My mother was a crippled woman from polio. She was the catechism teacher in the town of Salem. People still know her today. And I went to a seminary for 5 years to be a priest. I don't like people picking on the sheep. I've always been a big guy. I've always been that guy to defend the weak. What did I do in New Hampshire? I went after the people who were victimizing these people. I went after a Ponzi scheme that stole the homes of the elderly who only wanted to live with dignity at the end of their lives. When I went after the cartel and put them on there, they were killing thousands. They were child traffickers too. What would you do? So in other words, I took the heat. But at that point, and I took the pain, and they tried to kill me, and they stole my millions. So you could ask yourself, and President Trump's could ask himself, what do you do when you're in that situation? I can tell you the path that I took, and I videotaped it, so you don't have to wonder. You don't have to wonder about the evidence. I did over 500 videos. You've seen, and you went in with me to the FBI.
Yeah. So,
And you know, so Dave, when we talked, I hope that, but you were talking about Q and so forth in your understanding. I guess another thing, what I want to tell you, and me and Dave talked about this. Listen, we're on the same side. I get angry when they start fleecing you, when the grifters start taking your money, just like I did before. So I have a problem with that. Now, out them, I don't want to. It's nothing personal. But if they're stealing from the people or giving disinformation, I can't allow that. I can't allow that because it's too important right now. So the people at Q, I would tell you this. I am sure you're patriots. I am sure everything was good intention. I am not telling you your path is wrong. I am telling you I don't know your path. But I can tell you the path that I have is a path for the money. An expert at that. An expert was the foremost expert in the country. Enough to make me that wealthy man. Now, I am telling you I have them leverage. Think about this. Why did Flynn reach out to me? Why did Trump reach out to me? Why did the Attorney General reach out to me? Why did O'Keefe come to me? What do I have that you don't know? But I can be weaponized with the evidence that I have. I am trying to be weaponized for the people, not to be used as blackmail and extortion, but to the people. My whole thing was open the box, give it to you, and I'll go on my merry way and find some kind of palm tree with the time I got left. But I need that open. And these other shows that I was on, Michelle Moore, these last couples on the Wednesdays, I was giving you paths to open the door, the box. I'm trying, but I need more help.
yeah. So, well, listen, thank you for all that. And I want to dig a little bit deeper, because a lot of the things that you're saying, and as much as possible, I think the biggest thing that I would like to accomplish today is to kind of, and I titled this part 1, because I hope that we are able to do more shows together, because the information that you have. See, I'm one of the, and just to share with everybody that doesn't know me, that's coming on, we're at about 1,000 live right now, by the way, across several platforms. And I ask everybody to please share this out, because we're about to get into some things that that many of you haven't seen before. And for those of you who have, I call for receipts, and here's a man that can provide them. Okay. And so when and not just the receipts, video, documents, firsthand accounts, witnesses, firsthand communications. Okay. And if you settlement offers, right, for $50 million. Okay. In writing.
Nothing says no one pays you $50 million if you're wrong.
That's absolutely correct. And I want to bring in another factor into this. If you haven't heard of Mike Gill, or if the things that you have heard about Mike Gill have been negative, I would just ask you this. Why do you think that is? People asked me, why did I vote for Donald John Trump in the first election? I said, I looked for who was against him. Hollywood was against him. The music industry, the politicians, the Democrats, the Republican politicians that I no longer had use for, the media, the news, it was the leaders of states, of countries around the world were all against this man. When you see that, that should tell you who you might want to align with. And when you look at Mike Gill and you see the people that are against him, then it says less about Mike Gill and more about the people that are trying to discredit him, because how many of these people have suffered the persecution of being a whistleblower at the level that Mike has? And we're going to get into the Pandora Papers. We're going to get into Mike's involvement in that. We're going to get into the settlement that Mike was offered. We're going to get into the cartel that Mike has been exposing. And we're going to get into the fact that this is a man that's trying to get the word out about the things that he knows firsthand and how they've been trying to stop him. And look at how they're trying to stop Trump. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into Flynn. We're going to get into all these things. But what I'm trying to do right now is kind of set the stage for everybody in a way that you can understand that you may not agree with Mike, you may not agree with me. But what I offer to you is a thought experiment to think about the things that we're seeing out there in the world, and to think about the goal of what Mike and I are trying to do, and to just do your own research. Think for yourself. Go a step deeper. Okay. It's so easy to look beyond. If you look up Mike Gill right now, you'll see, oh, he lost a libel suit in New Hampshire for $287 million. Well, you must be guilty, Mike, right? Because the courts found you were guilty, so you must be guilty.
106 witnesses, 106 witnesses, 46 for trial, right? The same evidence went to the DEA, and we all on video. We got the largest fentanyl seizure in history of the world. We filled an 80,000-pound capacity trailer. No jury. I mean, we didn't have any trial. We didn't have any witnesses. We couldn't put them in. No evidence in. I mean, and it's all on video. The courts are corrupt. I videotaped it all and shown everybody. Think about where we're going now with the courts. I mean, think who's the referee.
All is being exposed. I just put out a post today on the on the conflict of interest that have been exposed in some of these court cases, and how when did we no longer hold conflict, the judge? What's that?
How about this? Bill Shaheen represented the cartel. Bill Shaheen was my lawyer, which would make it a conflict, and wanted to pay me $50. The other lawsuit with Alex Walker. Alex Walker's on the $50 million, represented by Divine Millimat. They're on the $50 million too. So in other words, you're talking about conflicts and so forth. The whole court was a conflict. The judge, assistant AG, who did he work for? The lawyer who was the AG in the case. See?
So here's a conflict of interest case in New Hampshire that nobody knows about, except that if you lived in New Hampshire at the time, or you knew some of these people at the time. And yet here on the world stage, on the US stage, certainly, we are seeing the true nature of this court system, the true corrupt nature of this court system. Okay. And that is what I believe Q is talking about when Q says, enjoy the show. You cannot tell people the truth. You must show them. And I believe we are being shown the exact corruption that you experienced. And so when you look into the mainstream, if you Google Mike Gill, you're going to see some things about racetrack corruption and things of that nature. And that is the surface.
Racetrack corruption, right? Who offered $25 million? Penn National. Who was that? Racetrack corruption. What happened after that race corruption? Oh, ESPN, right? The highest rated show in history. Mike Gill makes prediction was right. They all went to jail. How about turning the page and seeing what happened? Maybe I'm the guy who turned around and got the wiring system through Penn National and fixing the races to send the money offshore to Singapore to come back clean. I'm the bad guy, right? When I'm fighting the cartels, I'm the bad guy. When I'm the podcasters, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you the truth, and they don't want you to hear the truth. This thing with racing, what was happening? They offered me the money. Oh, he's this guy. What did I become? The world champion afterwards. You get it? They don't want to.
So
you know what they do, Dave? They take out all the charitable donations. The fact that I ran shelters, the fact that I gave the most to cancer research from the Jimmy Fund. But they don't want you to know those things.
Right.
You see? The media
and the Jimmy Fund. Jimmy Fund, for those of you who don't know, is a cancer research charity out of Boston, and the Red Sox and you were involved with that charity quite extensively. And
Tim
if
Wakefield of the Red Sox, who passed away, used to work for me. He was my pitch man, Tim Wakefield, the Red Sox. And
sure,
I donated the most, brought my son to Fenway, and you know who threw out the first pitch? My son and Trump.
There you go. So here's the thing that that I find most interesting is that the people that we listen to, the people that we give credibility to in our life, there needs to be some substance, there needs to be some history. Okay. And oftentimes that may be a history of, years and decades of knowing somebody and knowing an institution. We've not only lost accountability with the court system and the conflict of interest and the politicians and Hollywood and the music industry. Not only has there been a complete a loss of credibility with all these organizations, all these institutions, the medical institution going through COVID and everything. There is
healthcare. Yeah.
I mean, I have been saying for years, and I'll share a little bit about me for you and for your audience, but I've been saying for years that all of these institutions must crumble. They must be brought to the ground and then rebuilt from the bottom up, because every single one of them has been a key cog in the wheel that has absolutely churned away at humanity and just brought us to our knees.
About that, Dave. I have an idea about that. See,
please.
By doing this for 17 years, I had to also define the plan. I built the box, defined the plan, but I also had to understand it a little bit. And the plan of attack has to be this. You ready? What you got to go after first and expose and break down is ready. The protection network. Who protects the cartels is who you go. Who protects the judges? So what you have to do is go, if you want to dismantle, we have to start dismantling the intelligence agencies of this country. The three-letter agencies have to be dismantled. They have institutionalized this country. Biden is a product of the feds, the FBI. You want fixing of elections? Hunter Biden's laptop, FBI. It's always FBI. Russian House, FBI. January 6th, FBI. General Flynn, FBI. That's what you're doing. Our intelligence agencies are controlling and calling the shots. They're going to create, you know how you have election fraud? When they don't give you an honest choice for a candidate.
Yes. And I want to get back to, more deeper conversations about Flynn. And, he's, there's a perception and there's a real substance to the fact that this man has served his country, and by all accounts, by many people, that he has served quite admirably. And so we're going to get into that subject, because it is probably the number one rift in the community that has awakened to the absolute indoctrination of society, of humanity, right? And as we awaken, we are trying to figure out who's good, who's bad, who should we listen to, who shouldn't we listen to. And Q tells us a lot about that. Q talks a lot about that, which Flynn has denounced, by the way. And Dave on X22, he came out and flat out denounced Q. And so certainly that drew up a lot of red flags for a lot of people. But I want to come back to that.
Tory came out and said that it was an artificial intelligence run now. So in other words, she's in it. And all I'm saying is, ready, that it could be infiltrated. Do you know what I do know? I know about the FBI. I've been fighting them for these years. Okay. Would they infiltrate Q? You're damn straight they would. And they would try. They would. They would. They
Yes.
would. They
Yes.
do the same thing. So all I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. Ready? Don't trust anybody. Trust first common sense and your instincts, and then looks for evidence and facts.
Yes.
When I talk about Flynn, you're looking at, we got a room, we're talking about here, we get an opinion here. Well, here you go, boys and girls, right? I'm an eyewitness. I am a witness. Now, Dave, I sent you two screenshots. I don't know if you can show them, but if you can, they're two screenshots. They're from December 18th, 2020. You may remember that day from the Oval Office where Flynn and Sidney Powell was inside with Trump trying to have them sign an insurrection lawsuit, to really bury him. Well, at that time, at those moments, and you have proof that you can see it, General Flynn texted his assistant to reach me, and I did, and I reached him. And you see the second text that Flynn asked for my settlement agreement. Remember the $50 million?
Yes.
Well, Flynn wanted it. Number one, he called from the Oval Office. Why? People, there's 330 million Americans. Why'd they reach for me? Now, I had a burner phone in hiding. One person in the universe knew who I was, and they snatched him up, the FBI, a videographer named Gammy Vasquez. You can ask them. Now, 5 days later, they gave the video and my evidence to General Flynn, who then calls me from the Oval Office. So now, why General Flynn called me? Now, we have those, and we have a series of text messages and emails and evidence that I gave Flynn for a period of 3 weeks. 3 weeks, all the way to January 7th, when the last text from January 7th was, Flynn's not answering the phone, and I'll post it. Flynn's not answering the phone. We're all got to scatter. Except for me, I stood my grounds. I went to the Boston FBI on video and told them it was a setup on January 6th. So understand that. So Flynn, those records, those emails, those text messages, they call that evidence. And now, ready? Do you know who started saying I was the number one whistleblower, the most important whistleblower in the country? It was Flynn and his team. They knew where I was before. I could have run PPN. I could have been the top guy. They offered me the job. I could have got all my money back. It's Flynn, right? But I said, no. I told you, and I told you what the deal was. And I'm telling you now, Flynn's still running for president. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's a duck. If this guy doesn't look like president, how many buses does he got to buy? The movie about himself. Collecting money hand over fist. You think any of them made its way to Trump? I don't buy it.
So,
and you ain't going to believe the rest of what I got to tell you.
So since you, okay, so what we can go into that now if you'd like.
I'll go wherever you want to go, Dave.
Okay.
But you said with the issue with Flynn is the big one, and I think it is. Listen, when you people with opinions, you're talking to the guy with the evidence, and he put it out there, and you're seeing it. So shut up. That happened. Right. All right?
Right.
So that happened. Right. And what you've got to do is use your head. Why was I in that position? He didn't call you guys.
So let me go
because of the Pandora's box. And the reason why blackmail and extortion. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
I want to get a little bit more. And the reason why I wanted to hold off on Flynn, because I wanted to get in a little bit more to the credibility of this conversation. Okay. Both your credibility and your track record, and my credibility and my track record. I've been at this 18 years. I've done over 1,100 live shows just like this, primarily. And each of those shows, and as far as I know, at the time, we were the only show with my team where we were dropping 30 to 40 pages of receipts every day, links, video, memes that backed up the things that we were saying. When you talk about the things that were happening with the capitulation tour and the election interference and all of these things that people are talking about, we were covering these things in real time about 6 days a week, multiple hour shows, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour shows. We did this over and over again. Now, as a result, also of, and I shared with you that I was fighting childhood jabs back in California that they were taken away from us, and I saw the methodology, and I predicted the coming pandemic that was, and that was 8 months before it happened. People said, "How did you know?" And Mike and I both played basketball. We found out. And I played it at a very high level, professional level and college level. And we used to have to study our opponents. We used to have to look at the scouting report. What kind of out of bounds plays do they run? What kind of full court press do they run? Can they shoot well? Who's the bad free throw shooter that we foul down the stretch of the game to put them on the line so that hoping they miss their free throws? I would have to know my opponent inside and out. And that is how you defeat your opponent. So when I realized early on that the farmers, go ahead.
I would tell you, your enemies always know you the best. I know who I'm fighting, and I don't say a word or a name unless I know. Okay? I know I'm fighting. And you can go back to 17 years and all those videos. Tell me where I was wrong. And the only reason why, and I'm telling you, I'm not clairvoyant or anything like that, but I have evidence, I have facts. I had a network of investigations, and that's what I'm giving you. I'm certain of everything that I tell you, or you won't hear it from me.
You know, Mike, you and I both have thousands of hours of content that we can hold up as proof of we were there. This is what we did. This is who we exposed, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I think my goal with you, and this is why I call this part one, is that we distill down the most important aspects that people are looking for and needing right now at this very, very important time in human history and in this war. That there's one thing that I got from you, and I think you got from me, is that we are taking this war very seriously. We're not looking to have fun shows and hang out and get followers and go on tours and get a big bus.
I was a whistleblower. I was telling Dave, I was a father of 5 kids. I was coaching basketball, football, basketball. My kids were waiting at the door as soon as I got out of work. I had a life. I didn't want to take this. And David, you will tell me, when you dug deeper and you saw more, you understood the importance of what your job was to do. And you know what happens to you? I'm going to tell you. The biggest, the curse is when it becomes bigger than you. Then you lose whatever life you have to follow this path. That's exactly what happened to me. You know what the last settlement the lawyer said to me? Cursed by brilliant insight, condemned by moral conviction. So when you were talking about knowing your enemies, about checking your left hand, by the way, you turned around and you say, it gave me a chill. They knew me more than I thought they did. And you know something now? Now I understand them better. See, we have a distinct disadvantage between us and this kind of evil, as I call it. You know what it is? They see you well, and they see you as sheep. You see them as generals and titles and governors and senators, but that's not who they are. You got to start following courage instead of titles.
Yes, I agree. And also understand that the ones that are being pushed out into the front are not the ones that we should be listening to. Okay.
Thank you.
Since I made that announcement about the coming, basically said that they're coming after the adults next, and they're going to use the same model, problem, reaction, solution. And that is, they're going to create a pandemic. They're going to follow it up with the absolute ridiculous fear mongering of the mainstream media, and then they're going to have a solution, right? And so that has been the model that has been pushed society all the way through. Now, so since then, as I know you have been hit, I've been terminated off every big tech platform multiple times, including PayPal and Venmo. And when you start to feel the results, you build up this audience, people following you, and then they just take it away, and then people can't find you. And then you don't have a platform. And so it's the ones that have these huge platforms that are capturing people jumping out of the mainstream for the first time in their life, realizing the mainstream media is completely corrupt, completely propagandized by the CIA through Operation Mockingbird, which is still in existence today. And they jump out of this mainstream realizing, oh my gosh, that was awful. And they get caught up in this alternative media space of these people that have been set up to do just that. And they're like these baby dolphins getting caught in this net, this fishing net. And they don't even know that they're being captured by somebody that does not have their best interests at heart. And so I want to, from there and from our combined energies and our combined history of bringing this information to folks that haven't heard it before or are really having a lot of questions right now, I think it's so vitally important that, and even more so important, if you haven't heard of Mike, for you to listen to this, and if you haven't heard of me, for you to listen to this. And if you do know us, let's go even deeper. Yeah. So without further ado, Mike, in terms of, I'd like to start with just a little bit about your connection to some very significant things that occurred in human history. And one of those is the Pandora Papers. Okay. And I asked you earlier, and I ask you again, like, what was your, now the credit of the Pandora Papers obviously goes to the International Consortium of journalists, right? About, absolutely. I think there's about 600 of them worldwide, right?
I knew that there were hundreds.
Say again?
I knew that there were hundreds, yes.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do with people is make the distinction between Pandora's Papers and Pandora's Box, right?
Okay.
So right. Understand, Pandora Papers is this. And simply put, foreign journalists tracked $935 billion to the state of New Hampshire, which is just under $1 million apiece, by the way, for every man, woman, and child.
Could you say that number again? That was crazy number.
935 billion. So we're only talking under $1 trillion. And let's not forget, if you add the 300 to South Dakota, we're at 1.2 trillion. And wasn't that the new budget raised? So that money in just those moves was equal to the budget of the country. The defense budget's only $700 million now. So what I'm saying is these journalists track this dark money from cartels, from child traffickers, corrupt politicians, all of which we have here, and they dropped it into the state of New Hampshire. Now, what they dropped it into was the money laundering network that I outed before anybody heard of Pandora Papers. 2013, that's when I turned down the $50 million. I was making video after video telling you they were money laundering. The New Hampshire was the deep state. And then you know what? It turns out it was the deep state. There's trillions in there stolen from you. But they're using it across the world. Foreign governments are watching and cleaning their money, and LLCs and businesses and corporations in the state of New Hampshire. Along right next to the Bidens and the Clintons. Bill Shaheen, the guy on the $50 million, was her campaign manager, Hillary Clinton. That's who got this, built this machine. And listen, whatever we agree on and disagree on, what I'm showing you is a path to get their money, and that's how to expose them by name. Congress is sitting on that right now. I came to Washington in 2021 to be a secret witness inside the Pandora Papers. and they shut me down
Who
because
shut you?
they don't
Who
want you
shut
to
you
know.
down?
Congress.
Who shut you down? Okay.
Pascal.
So you did.
Pascal, who was the majority leader on the Ways and Means Committee. They didn't want me to come in. They kept on holding back. But
And
I knew
so
what it was.
you did not have an opportunity to speak in front of Congress. Is that accurate?
No, but that was my intention. That was why I was here. But then when they found out it was me and they could break it all open, and we became a problem. And you know something? Which is why I've been here since and trying to get into that Congress since and asking for those congressmen. Understand that they have this and they have identified it in New Hampshire. So after this, Flynn turns around. He was given the Pandora box before Pandora Papers. When Pandora Papers hit, Flynn goes, "Oh my God, he gave me it all." And he's sitting on it. And I'm going to use it.
So the Pandora's box. Okay.
Let me
Could you explain
the box.
that?
Okay,
Yes,
good.
please.
All right. The box is this. If you go over all these videos, you see me putting the box together. You see what on Wednesdays, the last couple of Wednesdays on Michelle Moore Show, I'm showing you the wire transfers going from what mob to senators and governors, from racetracks to casinos to offshore accounts in Dubai. I gave you. How about this? Steve Wynn resigned. We made the front page of the Boston Globe. Right.
Who's Wynn? Who's Wynn?
Steve Wynn. Steve Wynn, Wynn Casinos.
Yeah, the Wynn from Vegas.
Yeah. He resigned because we caught his wire transfers. I did. And you see it on video, married to the mob. So what I'm showing you is the box is the methodology, the banking department, the IRS, the Treasury, the people involved, how they hide the LLCs, where the LLCs are, how to find them from their tax ID numbers. I mean, now you're in my world. Now you turn around and take the banking department, the banking commissioner, all the ones that wanted immunity. You take the previous banking commission who's running trust funds with hundreds of billions of dollars in it, and you give them immunity. I had those witnesses. They were all ready to tumble.
Wow.
And it's Mike, still in place. But I'm just saying, the box also is that evidence. So when you see me deliver the evidence to the DOJ, the FBI, you see the Attorney General get it too. So what I did was solidify all this evidence, show you all the evidence, but seeing that all these entities have it. And Dave, you're going to see that I gave you two pieces of paper. It's from the United States Attorney's Office, U.S. Attorney Lullen. You're going to see that it's the cartel. It's the laundering network. It's judicial corruption. You're going to see that he sent it to the Attorney General of the United States and the Washington Bureau of the FBI. Those documentations on those sheets is evidence, not only evidence that documented by the DOJ, the U.S. Attorney, but documented and given with the Attorney General of the United States.
Okay, so what I want to focus on here for a moment is that I want to try to narrow down, the connection that you had with both the Pandora's box. Now, the Pandora's box, you're saying, had all of this that you uncovered, okay?
Yes.
Through, and how were you able to uncover these things primarily? Like, what was your and what was it? Was it during the time that you were trying to take down the cartel in New Hampshire? Like, how did this? What was the timeline on that, if you will?
I'll tell you. In 2006 and 7, a group of 402 elderly people, it was called, they were victims of financial resource management. It turned out to be the biggest Ponzi scheme in the state, but it was Bill Shaheen's Ponzi scheme. Now, they came to me as a mortgage company and say, "Hey, Mike, I did a lot of their loans." And I said, "This is what's going on. We feel like we've been taken. Will you look at it?" I looked at it. It was a Ponzi scheme. Some of these houses had 8 and 9 mortgages, first mortgages on it. They all thought they had the first. So I reported it, went to the Attorney General's office, big investigation, right? Blows it up. Turns out that Shaheen and the banking department are the doorway to the laundering network. So when I started helping the elderly being taken advantage of, I found it was Bill Shaheen, who was my lawyer. I called him out. I reported him, which started the war. But what it did was they were stealing from the elderly people. So they got in. I found out that the banking commissioner brothers were on the scheme, and I kept going forward. The AG covered it up. The FBI covered it up. What I didn't understand was the doorway was to the money laundering network. Bill Shaheen just got caught with a Ponzi scheme, but opened the door to all of the laundering network. So that's what happened there. So I had the machine. And then 7 years later, Pandora
So
Papers
wait a minute, that
dropped
was
$1 billion.
2000 what? 2000 and what?
Well, say from 2013 is when I told you the Ponzi, and 2020, Pandora Papers dropped 985 million, 35 million into the laundering network that I outed.
Which opened up an even bigger, just an even bigger can of worms.
Huge.
I mean, across the world. Across the world.
Across the world is right. You're getting the money across the world to get outed, but not your media. Foreign media. We just might be the most corrupt, by the way. Our media didn't give us anything. The Pandora Papers doesn't give you any local companies, no American companies. And trust me, they didn't go from offshore, bring it to this country unless we had it built. And we did. Right. You know that 34 trillion we're missing? If the economy is doing so good, why keep we getting into a hole? That's what's in the Pandora box. It's 34 trillion. Now, I'm not telling you that much, but I can tell you where they put the stealing. And if we can freeze their assets, we could prevent bank foreclosures. That's what people don't understand. It's the amount of the dark money that runs through our financial system. That's what's at risk. Yep. Silicon Valley Bank, I outed them and have them in the Pandora's Papers. They close in a day. Signature Bank, a day. Do you know where Silicon Valley Bank was registered? In the state of New Hampshire. Registered agent, New Hampshire. How's that? Right? Cartel money. You know where the money went right after? Offshore. 500 Israeli startups. You know what happens with 80% of startups? They go out of business. Where'd the money go? Right. Oh, it's over in Israel. That's Silicon Valley Bank. But that should tell you, we go in, we seize their properties, we seize their assets, all of it. And we do it fast and we do it quick. That's why I get so upset about the time they're taking. As we're doing this, you know what they're doing? Dissolving, hiding, dispersing. Yeah. We're giving them a head start. Since October 2021, so what's that? Almost 2.5 years head start. And believe me, I know what they're doing because I was here on time. The first 5 businesses they checked was empty office buildings, not a stapler, not a eraser. That's when they shut me down. And I told them what they would find. I said, you know what, the shell company, like an empty shell. It was empty, not a pencil. And I'm going to tell you something. The registered agent is a broom closet.
And this is literally a $965 billion operation inside of New Hampshire.
That's the transfer of the money in. We got trillions more. Trillions. You see, who is the number one in the Pandora Papers in New Hampshire? The Ukraine. Wow, isn't that interesting? Human trafficking, money laundering, the Ukraine. Why the Ukraine? Who's the other country? Israel. We having a little issue in Israel? See, and here's the other thing with the media. No one's telling you why we're in these wars. You don't know really the reason.
Well, primarily.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think it has to do a lot with money laundering and control and child trafficking and the secrets that hold the Ukraine. You know what the thing with the Ukraine was? They were vulnerable to dark money because they needed a certain protection. I'm not saying they're good or bad, but I'm telling you I understand the position. And these people are predators. They prey on your weaknesses. And they need trading partners. The Ukraine was a trading partner.
We were one of the first two to expose the bioweapons labs in Ukraine on March 3rd, 2022. We showed that not only were they bombing the cities, Russia bombing the cities where those bioweapons labs were to take control over them, but we were also able to find back through the Wayback Machine that those bioweapons labs were completely on the U.S. Embassy because they had redacted, they had taken down the page of the bioweapons labs on the U.S. Embassy in Kiev. And so we found in the Wayback Machine that these bioweapons labs were actually funded by our Department of Defense. Every single one, 1.3 million, 1.7 million, 1.8 million. All these different labs were funded by the Department of Defense. And that was really the first major way in which I looked at the war in Ukraine as being quite legitimate, coming from Putin's standpoint, both from the standpoint of them pushing the way they they terrorized Luhansk and Duhansk in Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, the Azov battalion, who followed the Banderas, who was a Nazi, and how how Putin was even saying he was going to get rid of Nazism in Europe, the Nazi movement, and that was the Ukraine people. And it's all the reason why all that money is going in there. And I put a post up just the other day that Bankman Freud got 25 years, sentenced to 25 years. Well, that was a money laundering scheme. All that money was going to Ukraine. They were putting it in an FTX, and it was coming back to the Democrat Party and some of the Republicans through FTX.
Can I help you with this? You're more right than you know, maybe. All right. Do you know where FTX was registered to corporation?
No, but I'm guessing New Hampshire.
Yes. Wow. And do you remember that broom closet? He's a registered agent in the same closet. Do you know we had an office right next to Primary Bank, the cartel bank? Do you know who was the number one? He contributed to their campaign. Oh, Maggie Hassan, senator of New Hampshire. Who was number two? The New Hampshire Democratic Party. Do you know why? Mm-hmm. He was paying money for protection, just like the cartel pays protection. Do you know the three number one investors of FTX all got murdered in the same month? All young billionaires? Yeah, cartel members that was linked. They murdered all three of them, so there was no contact back to the cartel. That's FTX. That's money laundering. New Hampshire so much again.
Yeah.
Right. How about this? All that is stolen, all that we poison, everything, the 99% of the world's wealth is hidden. And you know what? You go and have a cup of coffee. The cartel owns 63 Dunkin' Donuts. You want to go to the gym? They own a health club. It's called Planet Fitness. That's right. Anna Goss Cartel. I name names, and the CEO is my witness. I'm not sure what you're showing me, but
so I just pulled up my tweet. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to two fabulous women, both Michelle Moore, who has given you quite a voice, and at a very important time of the Michelle Moore Show, and also Crash. Who actually kind of brought this all together outside the matrix. So I want to thank her for kind of setting this up and setting up this introduction between you and I. So what I wanted to take you to
I'd like to say that I would like to tell you that Michelle Moore looks like a Southern belle, but she is a warrior. I want to express my thanks. But putting me on a platform, and you even too, Dave, but understand she took some serious heat and some serious pressure, and I appreciate it. And, we're going to do this. We're going to need a bunch of heroes, and Michelle Moore is a hero, and I want you to know that. And I want to tell you about Crash. I have instant instincts. Remember when we were talking about instincts? Yes. I like her. and I want her on my side, particularly, which is why I'm here, Dave, in be all honesty, because I'm saying, you know what she said to me? She said, listen, she goes, you want them to listen to you? Well, then you got to talk to them. I'm going, man, she's right. Well, you know what? I'm here talking. And it's going to take a lot of us to do this. And remember, I'm on your side. I'm not asking for your vote. I'm not asking for your money. I don't want anything from you. Just to listen.
Yeah. And absolutely. And this is Crash Outside the Matrix. So please give her a follow, folks, and for making this happen. And also, and I look forward to more interaction with her. And also, again, Michelle Moore. So thank you for, and I believe, let me pull her up real quick here. Yes, and this is Michelle. Here you go, folks. So please check out Michelle Moore.
And
go ahead.
I'm also on Street Talk with Stiletto. I trust Michelle and I trust Stiletto. And few others. So I want to just let you know that what they're doing by having me on is a brave thing. And I think Dave knows this environment where people can get pretty nasty, particularly with them. And listen, I can take it. I just get upset when they threaten.
Well, I understand the frustration. And it's see, that's why it's so important that people differentiate. You need to ask the questions of the people that you're following. And I tell my audience this quite a bit. And we're up, I believe we're right at around 2,000 live right now. So I just want to welcome everybody across all these platforms. This conversation with Mike Gill, I believe, will be the first of many very, very important conversations that are necessary in making you being able to make the decisions on what you believe is going to happen and who it's going to come from. Like there's as much as possible, we're trying to skate to not to the puck as Gretzky once said, but to skate to where the puck is going. And that was what he attributed his greatness to, Wayne Gretzky. And that we're trying to anticipate as best we can the next moves by both the deep state, the white hats, the black hats, however you think this whole thing is playing out. We are trying to get to the bottom of it. And by the way, we are two people that honestly don't know what's going to happen. We don't have a crystal ball. We can speculate based on the information that we do have and the research that we do have. But I would,
I can tell you this, Dave. When I tell you certain things, it's more of a calculation than a speculation, and with the evidence. So what I'm telling you is going to happen, I don't say it unless it's going to. Okay. Mathematically. And something, good. 17 years of being right. So what I'm telling you, I understand what you're saying, Dave. Listen, I'm going to give it to you straight, and I'm going to own it, every piece of it, because you got to hear it straight. When I gave you 1, 2, 3, right? 1, assassination. Yeah. We didn't hear them threaten assassination. What was 3? What was 2? Negotiation. You don't think there's a negotiation. Well, I was talking to the lawyers at that time, which is why Nino put it on the show.
We can go there right now.
I'll go anywhere you want to go, but I'm trying to say to you, I'm not speculating. Okay. I'm accumulating.
So when there are not receipts present, that's basically what I call speculation, and sometimes it is a calculation.
I call it evidence, and I have evidence. That's why I said when you say that, I go look first, because I have receipts. I don't tell you anything that I don't have receipts. I have evidence for, and you traveled the evidence to the FBI, to the DOJ, to the Attorney General, to General Flynn. See, so in other words, everything that I say, everything is verified in evidence, and you can find it and look. I put up all text message, emails, Flynn, for weeks, everything. The 15-page affidavit, you seen that. The settlement offers, 1, 2, 3. I'm showing you inside depositions. I'm showing you witnesses, evidence. I'm showing you multiple settlement offers. I mean, what are you waiting for? And let's put it this way. You want to deal in the world of surreal? Who are these other guys? Who's this guy, BHC or whatever his name is, KFC, whatever, this fool? They're asking, who am I? They're not giving us their names. We can start with one. We can start with JFK Jr. I mean, how much more lying do you want to get? And they question me. Listen, 17 years there, you've seen me, and 68 years of living loud the whole time. I'm a known commodity to them all, except for you.
Well,
they don't tell you anything.
One of the things that, I recognize right away is you are Mike Gill. I am David Snedeker. I have been this for, 59 years. You've been that for 68 years. You've never been anybody else. I have no aliases. I've never tried to pretend to be anybody else. That alone takes great risk because we're not able to hide behind anything because our name is out there. And two,
and I don't want to hide.
Yeah,
I put them on. I put them on the signs and took on all comers. I tied myself to a flagpole and fought them one at a time on video. Right. I'm not.
See, that's badass, and neither am I. At great detriment to both of us, by the way. And we are not doing this for the money, and that's quite obvious. Given our.
You want obvious? I had the money and the fame and took a walk. So if you're going to come up with a motive for me, will you please let me know it? I could use it. Right.
I mean, everyone clamors over Dave Chappelle, right? Because he turned down $50 million from Comedy Central. Okay. Mike
How about
Gill
giving up $250 million?
Yeah. Mike Gill gave up $250 million and $50 million. Okay. So, and he's still Mike Gill, whereas Dave Chappelle, he's kind of doing the bidding of some of the players that we are not necessarily, happy with. So, you can't be the GOAT if you're paid by somebody to say something for a particular reason. What's that?
Right. What I would tell you is that, you know what? I never did any of this for the money. I think that's the secret to getting rich, because you know what it is? You take chances that other people don't take. You take risks that they're afraid to take. But the thing about this was I lived in a home that laughed, but we were so poor. We would look for change. But I never forgot that mentality. I never thought that fear. I never forgot being homeless and being what it meant. So what happens is when I became a wealthy man, I became the man of the people to help them too. I never lost touch. And when I was given to the choice between that wealth and the elite and staying in racing and staying wealthy and the people, I still chose you because I never was not one of them. I became the world champion at Thoroughbred Racing. Do you know why? Because I wanted to beat the most powerful people in the world at their sports. Right.
Which you did.
I'm a sick competitor, which I did, because it was a club that I would never be onto. When they gave me the world champion, you know what the title of the paper was? The Clampets came back to Beverly Hill. And you know what? I was good with it. We took their trophy, kicked them in the ass, and left a couple hundred horses in Santa Anita and stirred that up.
That's hilarious. So, all right. So let's get back to the Pandora Papers. How you were ahead of the Pandora Papers by at least 7 years, maybe 10, right?
Well, 7 years I was ahead of knowing where what any of these launderings were dumping in New Hampshire. So I got the laundry. 7 years later, these journalists caught the laundry dump. When they dumped the money into the laundry that I uncovered, that's when things blew up. And even for me, that's the time I had to go real dark because it got real dangerous because I think both sides
Okay.
wanted me dead.
So let me pull up. What I started to pull up, and I stopped when I gave a shout out to the ladies that helped make this possible. And I just wanted to show this one particular post that I did, and it has to do with the 25 years that Sam Bankman-Fried, Fried, however the hell you pronounce that. I'm not really in the habit of bending over backwards to pronounce the names of criminals. But I said that $25 million fundraiser that they did in New York, Obama, Biden, and Clinton, or a guy that was supposed to look like Clinton. The $25 million fundraiser came from Ukraine money. Same day as the Bankman-Fried sentence, FTX donations into politicians. How many years did he get? 25? Excuse me. I went to drop 25 in the Q drops. McCain Graham trip to Ukraine, and this is what comes up. Pelosi and John McCain. Some refuse to say his last name for a reason. This all has meanings. Everything's stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof to begin 11:3. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. God bless. Well, Pelosi, the reason why something like this, when I have a drop that connects like in that way that it does, it's very clear to me that this is kind of it's intentional. So this is where I kind of slide through some of this stuff a little bit more easier than people freaking out about the fact that the Biden just raised 25 million, right? Because to me, I think this is part of a show. I talked to you about that briefly. I'm not going to get into that too deeply here because you and I haven't had enough of a talk about that. But the reason that I go there is because you and I have tried to awaken people with our words many times, and you've even showed them with your video and showed them with your documents, and that's oftentimes not even enough. And so therefore, Q has said enjoy the show 100 times, and only you can't tell people the truth, you must show them, and I believe that's what we're experiencing. So in terms of you can't tell people the truth, you must show them, I want to show the people some of the receipts that you have, the legitimate receipts that you have. And this is, I don't think a lot of people have correspondence with the Department of Justice. Could you tell us a little bit?
Up for you, Dave. I can
yes,
set
please
this up,
do.
and there's a second page to this one too. But now listen what I want you people to understand. What you're looking at is a list of evidence. Now, this truly goes to, it says July 18th. It goes to 2020. But this is the list of evidence, this here, that was given to the Department of, no, wait a minute. No,
sorry.
Stay at that one. That's, no, not that one. That's the
sorry,
settlement.
I'm trying to get them in order. Okay,
right,
go ahead.
All right. So the important thing is this, is you have to understand, this goes to the U.S. attorney. Now, the U.S. attorney controls all the Department of Justice's suits. This guy has over a couple hundred U.S. attorneys working for him. So Andrew Lullin at the top, is the most powerful law enforcement officer in all of New England. He is the U.S. attorney for all of New England except for Connecticut. And that was John Durham, and I was working with him, but that's a story too. Now, so if you look, now let's look at what I gave them and what they have. That first line, letter addressed to the IRS, New Hampshire banking, Morris Mahoney lawsuit, extortion, attempts. Now listen, you know what that is? That is the money laundering network with the New Hampshire banking department. You see Morris Mahoney? That's a $50 million settlement. Let's keep going. Ready? Evidence of extortion, organized crime, murder for hire, attempted murder, judicial corruption. They only had 2 videotapes of someone breaking into my hotel room and trying to murder me. It was on the internet. And then we had the second one too. So they know they were trying to murder me. 2 of them were on videos. Let's keep going. Judicial corruption. We're not having problems in the courts. I showed that there was a network of judges that worked out of the AG's office, that these guys would sign cases that they wanted to flip. Okay, let's keep going. What else is it? Multiple evidence of New Hampshire, a hitman. You can listen to Kill Gill and hit to a hitman. And during the courtroom against the cartel, you can listen to the guy that they hired to murder me. Okay.
And you have video of this, of these 100%. People, not just, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
All video. And the Kill Gill was recorded by Project Veritas.
Oh boy.
And I guess I forgot to tell you about the murder for hire, or the Attorney General, the Inspector General of the Treasury committing fraud and saying they had plants in my office, and Project Veritas recorded that too. It's a good thing because the feds have that. If you go to the next page, I'll break down some of those points.
So, and basically this is the letter from the DOJ. Attorney. Say again?
From the U.S. Attorney, the DOJ. But now listen, on this, if you go to, what is that, 9, go to 9 for a second. And if you read it, you'll go, Mike Gill, mortgage specialist. Here we go. Thank you. Evidence is with the FBI and the Attorney General's office in Washington, various attachments. They sent it. The U.S. Attorney of the United States is a witness to giving the evidence to Attorney General Sessions and Barr, meaning they sat on it. Let's look at some of the evidence. Insurance fraud. There was the Liberty Mutual. Banking department, money laundering, given to the FBI, cover-up. And it sees all the drives. Want to know what Pandora's box is? You're reading it. Look at letter regarding IRS corruption, evidence, Titka, Agent Morley, New Hampshire banking. Morley hired his brother, Curtis Morley, intercept my mail for 3 years. He worked directly.
Where are you at right now? Where are you at right now?
I was at 7. I read through 7. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, 7 is the Morley. Okay.
Morley. That's Titka. That's a Treasury Inspector General. They supervise the IRS. So not only did we catch the IRS, we caught the Treasury Inspector General's office covering up the investigation all the way to the Inspector General of the United States. Now, look at this. 9, corrupt judges, appeal case, Anagos, Cruz, and Griner. That's the cartel. That's the cartel. You see, various attachment package, FBI, original letters, drug matters involving Liberty Mutual, law enforcement companies, extortion, 100 pages of attachments, package letter with the FBI Chelsea office, murder attempts, divorce extort, 50 million settlement with attachments, and then that 44-page narrative here. Now, this is what I would tell people. Now, put your thinking caps on, everybody. Ready? If this was fraud, do you take it to the Department of Justice at the highest level of the United States? If they didn't think this was something, do you think they send it to the Attorney General of the United States? Now, you think about this. This is what the Pandora's box. They all know what this is. This is the first rule is, ready? You see the U.S. Attorney? Go try to meet with him. In fact, just try to call. How about this? Just try to call anybody in that office. You don't give them evidence. You give the FBI evidence. They prosecute the cases. So why is the Department of Justice asking me for the evidence? Because Donald Trump appointed Lowen 2 weeks before this and was told to get the evidence from me directly, which is what was done. And it couldn't be done any other way.
And this is Lelling right here.
On the top of the page, that's Lelling. Yes, that's Lelling. He is the U.S. attorney. Look, it says murder for hire, father and son. They hired one Gill guy to kill us both and gave us our locations. My son, Michael. And here's Alex Walker, right? On the crime. Remember the settlement with the cartels? Well, let's think.
Yeah.
Everybody's here. Here's Walker. Here's Anagos. Here's Bill Shaheen. Everybody that wanted to pay me off, that took everything that I have, is right here.
You know, Mike, if we could just put what we're talking about into perspective here, okay? There is more substance in the last 3 minutes of our conversation that you will find anywhere out there on the internet right now in a conversation about actually showing and stepping up as somebody who not only has been fighting this fight for a long time, but has substantial evidence to prove that you have been fighting this for a very long time. This is 2018. Most of the people that people are listening to on the internet right now, they've been awake for about a minute. Okay? They where'd they come from? I don't know. All right, you know, it's like they woke up yesterday, they bought a microphone, they started doing podcasts. Okay, this is the kind of substance, by the way, that takes a little bit more effort, but this is the direction that we need to go as human beings to demand that the people that we're listening to actually have substantive material that we can learn from and dig deeper into. Folks, if you want to look this up, look at the docket. Look at the DOJ docket right here. Look up Michael Gill. Look up the things beyond, by the way, the mainstream media that have been used to discredit Trump, that have been used to discredit Q, that have been used to discredit Mike Gill. Okay, not to put you in the same category as Q, because I know you're not dialed in with Q, but I'm just saying that's part. I was just going to say that's part. Go ahead.
I'm understanding your point. I'm sorry. I'm understanding your point exactly.
Okay. And this is why this is so important. Kind of why I was saying why I voted for Trump. I looked at who was against him. Okay, look at who is against you. Look at who is against Trump. Look at who is against Q. Okay. Look at who is against the various aspects of society. That is going to help to guide us in the direction that we need to go. And it also allows us to put on our thinking caps a little bit more. So tell me going back to this document, Mike, what is it about this document that you want us to know, and where does it stand at this point in time?
Okay. This document, there may not be more important evidence in the country. That first number 1 on the other page, when it said New Hampshire, it was the envelopes that the Titka was intercepting for the IRS for 3.5 years. It was Tom Morley's brother. So that they're there. That's an in. Understand, if we can investigate and sue the Treasury Inspector General's office and the IRS, which is what I offered, and give away all the money, you know, the $50 million, the lawyers can have every penny. Just so you know.
You said this to the lawyers.
Intention. Right.
You said this to the lawyers, that you can have all the $50 million.
Every penny. And I did it on Nino's show. Remember that? I did it on there saying, hey, listen, you guys want to come? $50 million. You get it all, right? Let's file a suit against the Treasury and the Inspector General's office and the IRS. That opens this up. And then all of a sudden that evidence becomes public. Listen, I'm looking for other ways to open.
Say again?
I'm looking for multiple ways to get this open. But then you can go through the IRS. You can go through the Treasury. Listen, Lullen, the U.S. attorney, is a witness. You see this? We can bring in Attorney General Barr and Sessions as witnesses. What did you do with this evidence? You got this evidence. You sent it. Lullen, who did you send it to? Why did you send it to them? What's being done? What's been done? I can tell you this. We've got 177 case numbers with the Department of Justice. 177. Every one of them comes with evidence. See, that's what's going on right now. And you remember, if you read these settlement offers, you'll read them. What does it say? They wanted me to destroy 18,184 documents. 18,000.
Now, let me find that.
And you would never. Here you go. There it is. It's on this page. If you can blow that up a tad. This is the back page of the releases on the 50 million settlement. And the reason why this is so important, you've got to understand the people, who they are. For instance, Williams and Connolly was the most prestigious accounting firm in the country. Divine Millimat, remember the lawsuit that had to pay the money? Welcome to Divine. Wiggins and Norrie, law firm, closed down because of that. Eternal Revenue wants to pay me $50 million. When's the IRS knock on your door to pay you? Oh, the banking department? Oh, you mean the people who took my license? The people, right. They wanted to pay me. The commission wanted to pay me too. The New Hampshire Department of Revenue, they wanted to pay me, and they're the one who auctioned off my properties to the cartels. You understand? The personal identification reference to section Rubin. Now, if you go down, I'm going to show you something about the documents. Destruction.
So real quick, this list of people, it says the defendant Morrissey Mahoney, LLP.
Yep.
And they are
limited partnership. They were the law firm suing all these people who really worked for Liberty Mutual, was their biggest client. So it was all fraud. They were
suing them for what? What were they suing them for?
Extortion, blackmail, attempted murder, destruction of right. So in other words, what their term was global settlement. So everything they were going to pay me was going to be global. But if you go down a little, I want to show you something. This is important. Look what they wanted, right? They wanted all the documents electronically stored, defendant. Defendant has produced 18,184 documents, as well as CDs, emails. Nick Alexander, Eric Renner, they were partners in Morris Mahoney. They were my lawyers. They were moles. They're on the releases. You see what I'm saying? Emails, inboxes, flash drives, invoices. They were going to make this disappear. You understand? This was the doorway to the Pandora box, the laundering network. If you recall, General Flynn, as I gave you the evidence, and how did General Flynn, I even knew I had this settlement, asked directly for this document. From the Oval Office on December 18th, the day, Insurrection Day, when it started, they wanted this.
And why did they want this? And why did they want this?
Because it's the door to the Pandora's box. It's the door into the laundering network. You get to ask the IRS why they're paying me $50 million. You get to ask why the banking department wants to pay me off. You see what I'm saying?
Where is it that they're saying they want to give you $50 million?
Okay, go back to the front page of the settlement. These are releases. No, that's not the settlement. That's a document. I don't see the settlement here. If you go down.
Okay. Okay. Forgive me, guys, because it came across from Mike out of order. Is this it?
Yes. Yeah. No. That's the front page of the settlement. Those are things. All right. You know what? I'm going to send you another copy right here now.
Okay.
I think I sent it, but you know what? I'll send it to you right now. And I sent you emails and communications of the settlement. And you can watch Married to the Mob that I played like last Wednesday on Michelle Moore. Ready? The deposition, Penn National $25 million, and Liberty Mutual $25 million. So what happened was Liberty at the racetrack wanted to piggyback on Liberty Mutual settlement with me. I just sent it over to you. That's the cover sheet. That's the cover sheet of the settlement. Here's an email connecting the cover sheet and the settlement and the talk of the settlement. And what you'll see in the email is that I'm saying I'm okay with the money, but nobody gets a release. All this time I wouldn't give anybody a release. Which
did you text that to me, or did you email? Okay. Yeah. And was it the indoctrination at Proton Mail or DaveSned? Oh, I see it. Okay.
Gmail. And I sent you the second one on an email. So you'll see the communication with the 50. Listen, it wasn't about the money. I have never asked them for a penny. I have never said that I would give them a release. This is criminal. This doesn't get fixed with money, because then they do it to somebody else, which is what happened. This is the settlement. Stipulation and confidentiality agreement. You sign the settlement, you make it also confidentiality agreement that you can't tell anybody. Now, on a different time, Dave, I can give you every page. And I can give you the pages of the affidavits too, but there's a lot of paperwork. But that is attached to the settlement. You agree on the confidentiality, and then you give a series of releases. So I showed you the releases, and this is the page of the settlement. And if you go to the next page that I sent you, this is the email regarding the settlement, where I turned around and said that the money was fine, but I wouldn't give releases. And you'll see that the word they're using is global settlements. Everything is based on global. And there's a 44-page report that you can Google. I hope you can Google, or Michelle might post it because she's posted a 44-page report. Going into all this, you see the 44-page report from the inside from Marisa Pursuto that spells out every character. And you hear organized crime. You hear them saying the insurers are wanting to pay Mike off, and they're calling it cost management, no matter what the money is. All right, let me go through here.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. This is huge.
You see that?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, I just saw it.
My client is willing to settle for the matter for $50 million.
Hold on.
You're killing me, Dave.
Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to get these things working again. Oh,
there we go.
All right, ready? All right, freeze. There are a number of conditions on the settlement, however. If the first condition is not agreed upon, all parties, then remaining conditions are moved. The first condition is that Mike Gill will not agree to a confidentiality agreement that has been proposed or any agreement dealing with confidentiality. You should agree the amount in the first condition, then we can discuss the settlement further. Meaning, no one gets a confidentiality agreement. Meaning, I'm going to tell you, and I did. Now, and you can see about the confidentiality agreement, this is unacceptable. If you go to the top of the page, Mike Respect, I can't read it too bad, is proposed confidential agreement.
Yeah, Mike, with respect to the proposed confidentiality stipulation, I will convert it to a proposed order and file a motion for its entry. Pursuant to the local rules, I am happy to discuss this with you. Such stipulations and orders are fairly standard. It sounds like your clients have made up their minds. If you think there's a way to resolve this in good faith without the need for motion practice, let me know, Bob.
All right.
And that's Robert Curley.
Bob
Go ahead.
Curley. He's only a professor of law in Harvard. And do you know who represented Big Daddy? Daddy. Because I put an ad in the paper for $10 million, put it all in the internet for a lawyer. Nobody answered the call. Now, Curley, against Harvard professor, he turned around and went to the court and says, if he doesn't take the deal, cancel the case. That's why you put those motions in. So in other words, if you don't take our 50 and you see the 50, and you know something, if you look back on the settlements, there's Curley. You see, so you know it's from them and the 44 pages. But that's what's happened. So listen, there was 4 settlements. You've seen sworn depositions, the whole thing. Let me see if there's anything else to pull off of that. Okay. But you see, again, they don't pay you $50 million. You've seen the names on to the U.S. attorney. You don't go to the Department of Justice at the highest levels in this country and say, I'm just fooling. You want to know if I have receipts? Well, the Department of Justice seems to think so.
So Mike Perusis, who is Mike Perusis?
Mike Perusis used to bake pizzas, right? He had a law degree. They got everybody. I hired the pizza guy to work for me as the lawyer. Turns around, they flipped our poor old Mike at the last minute. Right.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they flipped him. They turned him. They took his license. And you know what? You don't have to guess, because who's on the $50 million? Mike Perusis. You see? They get everybody. You see the problem with Trump's having right now? Everybody around them is flipped. You see Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, do you know he took an immunity deal? Meaning he flipped and he gave them something. So what I'm telling you, that's the courts. They own you. Think about this. This is the courts. We want to pay you $50 million. But if you want to tell anybody, then we're just going to tell the court to dismiss it. We'll give you 50, but you can't tell anybody.
Who's Mike Perusis? So Mike Perusis was your lawyer in this particular situation. He was saying that you were willing to settle this, but you weren't willing to shut up about it, basically.
I was going to the feds. I was going to the DJ. I said, I didn't ask for a penny. 50 million? That don't sound bad to me. But I'm telling everybody, I'm documenting, and I'm going to the Fed. This is so I don't go to the people. And when I went to the feds, and you seen me go to the feds because I was going there with this evidence on video, what did the feds do? Shut me down, block the door, lock it up. Would you hear me outside the door? I know you're in there. How about
And this is 2013. This is 2013 when they offered you the 50 million.
That's when I told you, 2013.
To keep quiet.
Yeah.
And then, and you did not accept. And
right.
So they then pulled the offer, but also they went after Mike and they went after you. Is this accurate?
Well, I went after them still. I went to Titka and I got that. I went to that. So I didn't take their money. I went to the FBI, I went to the Treasury to find out they were part of the corruption. They were part of the cover-up. And during the process, they were making multiple offers. Same offer, same 50 million, still global settlement. The only thing that changed that they threw in Penn National on it too, the racetrack that I caught wiring money offshore, fixing races, money laundering. They were moving to New Hampshire, buying Rockingham Park. Right. And then they bring in all their illegals through the backside of the racetrack. The racetrack gives them a license that's not their name. They can travel across the country. How do you think they were getting in this country? Through the racetracks. They were moving through hay trucks. That's how they were moving fentanyl. That's how they were moving children. Whoever breaks down a hay truck on a highway? Ever seen it done? No, either did they. But I caught them. And that was the marriage of Penn National to New Hampshire. They were moving the casino and racetrack, plugging it into the laundering system in New Hampshire because they needed it to launder in the wire offshore. Was the difference in that deal. I was in the black in that deal. And that deal was Steve Wynn, who later, I didn't take the money, Wynn resigned. These are all facts. Front page of the newspapers. I mean,
when was the first time you realized? What's that?
How about this? I couldn't write this story. I couldn't make this up. I surely haven't seen a better story.
Truth is stranger than fiction, without question. Yeah. When did you realize that the FBI was corrupt and they were in on it? Was it around 2013 when this was all going on?
14 and 15. Those were big. And I took my camera with me. Listen, over a dozen times. You tell me one time that somebody brings a sandwich and a chair outside the FBI office and starts saying, I'm running for governor. I know you're in there. And nobody leaves. In 4 hours, I held the FBI hostage in Bedford. That's no kidding. It's on video.
What were you attempting to do at that time?
Because I was giving the FBI evidence on the cartel, on the money laundering, but I was giving it on the FBI. The FBI knew I was there for them. And I was. Remember I told you want to take this down? You go after what protects it first. And that's what I was doing. And you saw me do it.
And what we've seen, go ahead.
I put the FBI on the same signs as I put up the cartels. The FBI went on the sign. So listen, I don't talk. I walk the walk too. And when you see the videos, you see me go toe to toe with these cartel members. It gets to the point where the judge would have to have me stay in court because the cartel was afraid for me to kick their ass in the parking lots. I'm not kidding.
You were running billboards from your business, the billboards that you owned, and you were using them to expose the cartel in New Hampshire. In New Hampshire.
In the deep
Go ahead.
FBI, judges. I'd have the corrupt judge of the week. I go, you'd make the sign. And I'd put his face on the sign, on 8 signs. I'd have a couple million people see it in a day. And I also put the cartel on the sign. Now, listen, that wasn't my first choice. My choice was to give it to the cops, give it to the DEA, and have them do their job. When they didn't do their job and they stopped killing your kids, then I turned around and took it into my own hands and put them on the signs. And not just billboards, electronic billboards, like you drove into a drive-in movie cinema, across 93, just outside of Boston, amongst a few.
this is so. Is it any wonder? Excuse me. That that they ruled against you. Here's one here.
Right. Oh, you know why that sign's a little messed up? They shot it with 2 bolts. It turns out a bolt's shot out of a crossbow. Threw a bucket of paint on it and broke it a little bit. You know how many times I had to replace that sign? Because they destroy it. You know what I do? I buy a brand new one. Right. And I knew they were going to find guilty. Listen, I had 106 witnesses, 6 arresting state troopers. One was a prosecutor, now judge, who tried them. They all knew who he was. Listen, when I tell you a few people, I'm telling thousands of people in the state of New Hampshire know Dick Aganos is the cartel. He owns every casino. He owns all the treatment centers. They're pretty stupid up there, cowardly. That's right. And not everybody, but you know what I'm saying. New Hampshire, you brought this on to the country. Your cowardness of knowing who these people are has brought this to our country. They got to take some responsibility.
So,
and I know who you are, and I know you know.
So you've exposed the corruption in New Hampshire, which is not just in New Hampshire. This is like the bed, the roots of.
It's the clearinghouse. It's number 1 in manufacturing assault weapons. The tiny state of New Hampshire. We get the number 1 money laundering spot in the world. Think about that.
Yeah,
we
very
are
small
ground
state.
zero by the own DEA, head of the DEA, Jack Riley, at the time, ground zero, New Hampshire. Now, how is that little state all 3? Chris Sununu, right? Daddy, John Sununu. Maybe you know him. He was the chief of staff for George Bush Sr. Know what he ran? The Fast and Furious. Remember Oliver North? And what? Guns? Child trafficking? Money laundering? We got the Fast and Furious all over again. And it's global. Global. This is his daddy, the chief of staff. You know what he got fired for? Lying about his nationality. He called himself Cuban. He was an Arab. But you know what also? George Bush called him the smartest person he ever met. And when I'm playing chess with these guys, somebody smarter in the game, smarter than Chris Sununu, I was running for governor against Chris Sununu. It was his father. This was his plan. You know how Sununu moved over to take over the leverage of the Pandora's box? That was his father's plan. I'm not playing chess with Chris Sununu. You see us together? He never wants to say a word in front of me. Him. Right? Do you know why? Because they told him not to. Did you know that he recently bought a copper mine in Colombia? Gold mines in China. Him. The Sununu family. Right. Oh, their whole Sununu family. Do you know they own a ski resort in New Hampshire? Do you know that if you pull up Breitbart, you'll see an article where they took money, financed a ski resort for 3 terrorist groups tied to 9/11. Now, you can Google it, and it was done on Breitbart. That's Sununu. So the oil people, just like in Bush, are paying Sununu. Sununu sits on the Pandora's box, and nobody sees his finances, ever, even today.
And is he... So you have evidence of him within the money laundering in terms of the Pandora...
And he knows it. He knows it. That's why he's so scared of Trump. Who, even Democrats, have gone after Trump harder than Sununu. Then you're going to have to ask yourself why. We get a Republican government whose only purpose is to go after Trump. He was going to run for president, decided just to chase Trump. He's not going to run for governor, but he goes after Trump. In fact, did you see anybody work harder with Nikki Haley than Sununu? Sununu was holding out hope that Trump was lose that position. Sununu knows every time Trump says Pandora's box, he knows he pops up. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, maybe even less, that Trump put a little tweet and he just said, "Hey, how's Sununu doing?" Do you know what that means?
Yep.
I can translate because I come from the same place. You know what it means? I haven't forgotten about you. I'll come back.
So let's go to that for a moment, and I want to take you to the Q drops. One of the things that Q mentioned many times is those who are the loudest. He brings up Bill Maher. Those who scream the loudest. Here's Eminem with Rachel Chandler, who has also been Q has also showed us with P. Diddy, which is a big issue right now. Those who scream the loudest. Tom Malinowski, who worked to ensure sex offenders who violated children would not have to join a national sex offender list. Those with the most to lose are the loudest. And so Q brought up a lot of this, those who scream the loudest, those with the loudest voices that were speaking out against Trump, against some of these things. Q is telling us, look at them because they're the ones, just like what you said about Sununu, those are the ones we need to watch. Now, let's if we could, let's go to a very recent situation, which everybody is very aware of, and that is that Michael Flynn had an event at Mar-a-Lago that Trump showed up at. Okay, now I saw your interview, and I don't remember exactly when it was, but I want to say it was a couple of weeks ago. And you said that Trump was going to do exactly that. Did you not?
I told you I did. What did I tell you when I told you box 1, 2, and 3, with the possibility of 4? 4 being that Trump points at the FBI and drives over Flynn. All right. Can we start with box 1? Let's talk about the boxes. Okay.
All right. And this is, by the way, this is where you and I had some disagreement early on.
Yeah.
And so I want to really focus on this, and I want to give you time to really explain it in the way that you want people to hear it. So could you take us through and by the way, the context of this is the options that Trump has. Would you say that's what you're looking at here? Okay, box 1. Would you take us through box 1, please?
Okay. Box 1 was simply put, before there's the Pandora's box. That's box 1. Open that, which is why you've seen the president leverage with that, threaten with that. There's been no mistake about that. That's 1. Now, when you say there's been no mistake,
could I pause you there? When you say there's been no mistake about that, about the fact that box 1 is being used to leverage, who's using it?
Well, I can tell you that Trump turns around and threatened Biden with it publicly multiple times that said, Joe, you don't want me to open Pandora's box. You want me to keep it closed. You want me to keep it sealed. That's a quote. And the next day, Flynn turned around and said, well, I think they're going to try to assassinate Trump. Oh, wait a minute. So Pandora's box. And what did I tell you at 1? I told you with box 1, if Trump mentions it, go to box 3. You know what box 3 was? They'll threaten to assassinate him. Wow.
Okay.
Did, so Jones did, right? Lombard did.
Let me take you to the Q drops 4935 and 4888. Okay. Both in October of 2020. All right. The 4935 it's a link, a Fox News link to the Jim and Hunter Biden China joint venture and key contacts. Q calls out Harris, who was talking about, she had a list of key domestic contacts for phase 1 target projects. I don't know if you remember when that came out, but she had said that, and that was basically who they could control. Chuck Schumer is mentioned, Klobuchar, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Cuomo, de Blasio from New York, and Terry McAuliffe, who got all that money, $500,000 from, whose wife got $500,000 from, was it McCabe? I'm a little off on that right now. It's been a minute, but If you all would put that in the chat, what I'm trying to come up with. And then this is Pandora's political elite box. Then there was a mention of Hunter Biden had business ties in Kazakhstan. Subpoena of all Hunter Biden's financial records, ? Death blow, ? Pandora's political elite box, ? Okay. Now, these are the people, Q is basically telling us, these are the people that are being controlled by exactly what you're talking about. When Trump mentions Pandora's box, he's using that to threaten these type of people that have been exposed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Yeah.
Bingo. Yeah. You got it.
Awesome.
And you know what? It's probably 95% of the Congress and the Senate. They are all compromised financially and sexually. A lot of these guys are devious and having pictures. That, you know, when you mentioned Dave P. Diddy for a second, right? Who do you think P. Diddy is? He's a blackmailer. He had cameras in every room. He took the picture of the wrong person. For these guys to go after that, they're going after video, just like they did with Epstein. Remember how they went in there? Remember even with O'Keefe, they did the same thing too. They're looking for the tapes. They're looking for the evidence. Listen, P. Diddy's fate was sealed, but what he did wasn't the drugs. It wasn't the child trafficking. It's whoever he took a camera or video of was the wrong person. No, I'm not saying, and I'm just saying it has to be someone of the equivalent of maybe an Obama, maybe on that level, that turned around and say, P. Diddy's got to go. See, this is the contagion business in the corruption. If you little guy can get somebody bigger, and if that big guy can get somebody huge, they got to go, even if your name's P. Diddy.
Well,
but that's
you know what you were
extortion.
Well, we've covered that at length, right? Hugh Hefner in Hollywood. P. Diddy was the young Hugh Hefner that was going to get the side, and Jay-Z going to get the hip hop and that industry, and the rap industry, and because they've got, here's the thing, they've got every mechanism of communication under control. And this is what I really, really, and I know you do as well, it's so important for everybody to get. Chances are that unless you're listening to the people who have been, that don't have millions of followers, that don't have, you know, sneaker deals, and don't have, you know, all these financing deals that are making them millions, maybe try to step outside of those situations, especially when you're looking for evidence, when you're looking for receipts of what somebody, we have to hold people accountable for the things they say. Okay. If I say that I'm 6'9" tall, you know, and you measure me and I'm 5'8", I should lose all credibility with you from then on out. Okay. Now, if I'm 6'8.5", you know, I'm in the ballpark, you know, I mean, maybe I'm with shoes on, right? But this is the kind of thing where we have to make sure that the information that we're getting, that we're vetting. Like I put out a tweet last night late about the bridge situation. And 2 days ago, I did a show, and I debunked every ridiculous conspiracy having to do with the bridge. Why? Because it's distracting us. It's wasting brain power. It is wasting, and that's at DaveSnedeker, by the way, for those of you who don't know my Twitter, at DaveSnedeker, and I'll also drop Mike's Twitter as well. But this is important that we can't, this is too important. We're in a war right now. Okay. And this is absolutely vital that we stop being sloppy, that we tighten up, and that we make sure that we are getting confirmation of the things that we're being told. And
Stop
this
being
is
gullible. They count on your gullibility. They
Yes.
analyze your faith. They find your weaknesses. So if you can believe this, then you're going to believe that. If you can believe Juan and JFK Jr., is there something they can't sell you? That's what they know. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah. And the thing that first attracted me to you was when you called out Wayne Willett 107, and I did that 2.5 years ago at least, as somebody not to be trusted, and here we are still sitting in at his boots, and so I immediately connected with that, because if you're trying to compare credibility here, show up with receipts like Mike is doing right here. That's all.
I would say that the first thing is, who are they? How about give us your name, initials, and I'm CP30, I am KFC. Well, that don't fly. You're going to turn around and take these people to the edge. You're going to tell them, and you're right about this, about the mainstream media, that people are losing faith. So as they lose faith, it's our responsibility to tell these people the truth. And you know something? If we're seeing that this is where they're coming, and they're lying, and they're trapping, and they're laying in wait as an ambush, you got to come in as a soul and say enough. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying every podcaster that's going to lead us this way, we need to know who you are. What's your experience? I never hired anybody without a resume. Let me see your resume. I talked to you about Munries and finances. I led the country in that. I talked to you about wiring money. And I was the world champion of racing. I tell you with experiences. I show you with evidence. I show you with video. You're not even asking these people that are asking me, who am I? You're not even asking their name.
Exactly, Mike. Exactly.
Surreal.
When I was in Hollywood, I was a independent filmmaker, and I never made it into the club or the studio. So it's like small budget movies, and you got to hustle to make it work. But when you meet somebody out in LA, out in the world, oftentimes they would say, what do you do? I'm a producer. I'm doing movies. I'm doing this. The first thing you do when you get home, and this is in the days before the smartphones, was you get on your computer, you go into the Internet Movie Database, and you pull up their name. And right away, you either find out if they're legit, because if they are, they would have a track record of movies made. Like, you could search me on IMDb right now, and you would find DavidSnedeker has done, I think, somewhere in the ballpark of 8 movies in various capacities. And you can actually see that I've got a resume and a track record of making movies. I'm not saying it's anything earth-shattering or that I was a brilliant filmmaker or anything like that, because I'm not in it right now. I'm not doing it right now.
But the point is, you can speak of it intelligently. You can turn around and give advice about that. As could I, in the field that I am. In fact, I am quick to point out that I am limited. Listen, I'm not mechanical. I'm not technical. I don't think I've ever changed oil in a car. Seized one, but never changed oil in a car. But what I am good at is insight, as I did in business. So there's this from nothing and did this. I had to have something. But what I am good at is this. So I'm telling you, I come with experience. People are going to be needing straight answers and be telling the truth. And I'm going to tell you the truth, even though you don't want to hear it. And listen, I don't want to tell you it. I don't want to believe it. But we're here, and you're going to hear it straight, and you're going to hear it honest from me. Now, you may, and I'll give you the calculation. I'll show you the proof. I'll show you what happened. This thing with Trump, door 2, we'll get back to quick. What did I tell you? Before Trump takes the deal, right after, he has got to anoint Flynn. So there's got to be an event. And in 48 hours, and I said this months ago, we have an event. We don't just have an event. We have it at Mar-a-Lago, which you can rent for birthday parties.
Sure.
But also with Ramaswamy. Really. The guy who saw Trojan horses turns out to be the Trojan horse. So we got Flynn, We got Ramaswamy, and Trump's got to come out there against his will and endorse him, is what he did. Anoint him. We're friends. No, we're not. Trump didn't know that it was Flynn on January 6th. Yes, he did. Trump knows. And then Trump turns around and set it up with the insurrection. Trump's in shit problem because of Flynn. What is the most scary for Trump and leverage in the courtroom is the creation of Flynn, the insurrection.
Can we? Okay, so
what I'm saying to you is, Trump, for him to say that, you're going to find out that he's forced to withdraw. I don't know if it's health or what it is. And listen, and I know that people are going to disagree, but this is what I'm going to ask you to come from this position and your thinking progress and analyzing this. I want you to keep watching Flynn. I want you to watch the buses and the movies and all this. And all this time, you tell me if he's not running for president. You tell me if he's pushing Trump train. Has he been? He was throwing Trump under the bus before with COVID and all. They were saying, hey, about assassination. Wasn't his boy Rakeland with Alex Jones saying it'd be a nice thing if he, someone killed him? All of a sudden, they're buddies. They're buddies because that deal was done. Now, what I'm telling you, you're going to see for yourself. I don't want to be right. I told you this anointing. And if you don't think Flynn's the one who got that Trump, and then Trump doesn't know it, then you explain it. If Trump does know that, why would he be there? You give me that explanation. I gave you that explanation months ago, and I told you it was going to happen just that way.
So, Mike, just in terms of, I want to say that my reaction to your, Trump took a deal tweet, right? I was like, that's bullshit, right? And this and that, right? Because it's a statement that's made that obviously is very inflammatory, especially when it comes to those who are putting all their eggs in the Trump basket, right? Or all of their eggs in the Q basket because Trump is Q plus. All right. So I want to kind of, if we could, just back up into the different door number one, door number two, door number three.
Right.
Real quick, door number one is
assassination.
Okay, door number two.
And everybody got weak and passed out when I said it. And then all of a sudden you couldn't have them stop saying it. Door number two is that they negotiated out. Trump, the art of the deal is
that's him taking the deal.
Right. Well, he's negotiating a deal. Now, how would I know about that? Well, who knows? Maybe I talked to Trump's attorney who reached out to me in the negotiations. Okay. How's that? And
tell me that.
Oh, wait a minute. You know who knows it? Juan.
Who?
Wayne Willett. You know who's on the phone? And I know, Dave, but Nino's on the phone too. All right? That's what happened. And Nino did a show on it that night that I said it, and it says the show was Trump's attorneys negotiating with Jack Smith. Wow. No one said anything about Nino's show, but he said it. He said it because he knew it, and they knew it because the same lawyer was talking to me is talking to Lindell. That's why. So I knew it was existing then. And you know why I didn't bring it forward? If Trump's using it for leverage, I wanted to leave it to lose for leverage. I'm hoping he was using it to leverage to run for president and beat president. I was supporting Trump in 15 and 16. In all these videos, you see Trump. I put Trump on those 8 signs, supporting for president, which means I lost half the business that didn't like Trump, but I still put him on my signs in all my businesses. It's not what I want. Do you understand what he's facing? Can any of you tell me how magically he gets out of the courtrooms? Can you? I can't. He's in the District of Columbia Court, right? That court has already found him that he can't have immunity with the D.C. Court of Appeals. Now the Supreme Court will wait on their judgment. The D.C. Court put everybody in jail on January 6th. Okay, that's who has it. No one's telling you how they're getting out of this. That is the feds. That is the Department of Justice. Never mind taking his money and all that. They're going to take his freedom. Now, you tell me he gets out of that. You tell me
All right,
away.
so
He's going to be president. Hold on. If he's president, right? He still goes to jail. Don't you get it? He wouldn't have immunity. And now you think about this. This thing with Flynn and working with the feds because he's the feds, if they can turn around and say that Trump would turn around and tarnish the presidency or be vulnerable to the presidency by being leveraged by the courts. See, that's in play. This was a dog and pony show. And I'm not making a judgment on the courage of the president. You don't know if they're threatening to murder their kids. They threaten to murder mine. I know how this goes. He knows what's going into court, just as I did. He knows that they would put him in a cage for the rest of their lives. Maybe he's got to think the best way to save not just his life, but even in the future. He mentioned Pandora's box for a reason. You know this, Dave? He mentioned it. He knew that there would be people mind going, when are we opening it? And that did happen. So he opened that possibility. So even if he's forced out, he has left you with the idea that the Pandora's box is still open. That's why Flynn's people are still coming towards me, because even if Trump's out, Flynn needs me on the team. Now that's a witness.
Say that again.
That's
the last part.
I was witness to those conversations to each and every one of those individuals about these subjects. Okay.
So let's address the lack of immunity that President Trump has. Now, for those of us, and by the way, when I've talked to my audience about Trump, when I've talked to my audience about Q, okay, I have taken them down both roads. What if Q is a psychological operation? What if Q isn't really the military, military intelligence, the NSA, the whole bit? And we've gone down both roads, okay? And what I keep coming back to, Mike, is that, and I don't want to get into a deep conversation with Q about you, but I want you to understand that if without Trump, without Q, there's no Trump, and without Trump, there's really no Q. Okay.
Well, what I would tell you is we're all free-thinking American people. We're all divided by this stuff. We've got to stop looking for saviors, by the way. Trump's not a savior. None of it. Here's the deal. Ready, people? We've got to save ourselves.
I agree with you on.
We outnumber them 1,000,000-1. Why is the world 99 wealth putting you in the game of control? This is all about control. So stop looking for saviors and get off your ass. This thing with white hats and black hats, I hate that every time I hear it. You know why? Because you turn around and say, oh, there's white hats. Oh, you know what? I can sit on my couch because the white hats are going to go out and get the black hats. Ready, boys and girls? There's us and there's them. And you ain't in their club, and they got all the money.
Let me have a few minutes so you could take a couple deep breaths. You're fired up, man, and I appreciate that. And I love your energy and I love your passion for this. And I will tell you this, that you have a level of power with the information that you have. And so when you speak, it comes from substance. Those without substance have to scream from the mountaintops. Those with substance, such as yourself, can just put the information out there for people to get, and it doesn't need to be forced. It could just be from power.
Dave,
what's that?
I do it all the time. I post the text message, I put the emails, I put the communications up, I put the documents. Listen, I drive them all crazy. And when I did a lot of these videos, you'll see, I will go over the evidence, itemize it. And you see that thing with the U.S. attorney that I showed you, the two list of evidence? If you go nominated by the president, the video on state of corruption on YouTube, you get to see me on a video, deliver that evidence to the U.S. attorney. You see?
And the evidence was what? Before we jump to that, the evidence that you go ahead. What was the evidence you delivered?
I'm saying the evidence that went to the United States Attorney Lullen, I videotaped the delivery. So if you can go and not only see the evidence, you see me delivering those packages to the United States Attorney. So what I would do was to not just document the evidence, but the fact that they received it and they delivered the evidence. And you've seen confrontations with those agents in the delivery. Okay.
So let's go back to Trump and the four boxes. Okay. So
in the fourth box, I don't think we told you the fourth box. The fourth box was this.
Yeah.
And the fourth box was simply that I hope that Trump would drive that bus over Flynn, implicate the FBI in that January 6th, and we expose the FBI and Flynn, which is all the same, and then we open up the Pandora's box. So I was saying that if Trump could trust the American people, even with the leverage of the courts, but if we could expose this, then January 6th shouldn't have happened. Then January 6th can't be used as insurrection and everybody arrested's got to go free because it was set up by the FBI who's doing the arresting.
Mike,
But he didn't take 4.
Don't you think? Well, what if 4 was an option now? Because aren't you seeing? Hold on. Wouldn't you say that? Because, for example, the reason why I asked you when were you exposed to the corruption of the FBI? You said about 2014, 2015, yeah? Yeah. And you realized, oh my gosh, you gave all this material to the FBI and they did nothing with it. Okay. So
they did worse than nothing. They went into my office, they bugged my office, they used moles. The FBI was fully involved in the cover-up.
Do you see the awakening of the American people and the world in general to the corruption of the FBI and the 3-letter agencies? Do you see that being exposed right now?
I do.
Okay.
And I see the courts too. So listen.
Hold on. Do you think?
Let me finish the answer.
Okay.
I see it exposed, but it's not exposed to what it is. You think you're waking up. You're as far as behind before as you are now. When things become more obvious to you, you think you're learning. What if they're almost done? What if it's almost at this point where it's complete control that you wouldn't wake up and notice, hey, listen, digital currency, they're tapping into this, the turn mortgages. It's always about control. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is, Q, by the way, starting back in 2017, was only a few years behind you. Absolutely said that, I believe it was 90% of DC will fall. Julian Assange has said 90% of DC will fall. I think maybe even 99. Forgive me for not having those numbers right on.
Did they tell you when it was going to fall?
No, the Q is only given away.
But did they tell anybody who went to January 6th? And I know we said it. Ready? Hey, Q, ready? Hey, don't go. It's a trap. You're all going to go to jail. Where was Q then? Right? I mean, it was a big event. The feds, Flynn was all over it. And did Q turn around and, but I'm just saying, right? And want to talk about infallible? I would have told you not to go. I turned around and went and exposed it. Why didn't Q, if they're all knowledgeable, give up what was going to happen on January 6th? So, Dave, I asked you that question.
And I'll give you my answer. It was necessary. Why? Why was it necessary? Okay.
Are you saying the event was necessary?
Yes.
But that's the event that they leveraged Trump with.
Absolutely.
That's the event that
listen,
was it,
Trump,
was it on
Trump,
purpose to get rid of Trump?
The president, okay, does not have immunity to prosecution. You know who else that includes? Barack Obama, Joe Biden. Okay. I'm going
to help you with this. We're going to solve that for you. I'm going to fix that question for you. You ready? Okay. They got Barack Obama. We got them. We got some bitch. We got Bush, right? And we got a court, the same corrupt court that they run Trump through? Will they turn around if? And what do? They pat him on the back, on the behind, and scoot him out the door. Let me see. How did that Biden investigation go? Huh? Remember, we had him dead to rights. The wire transfers of this. How'd that go? Right. The courts. So you can have the Obama. You know something? Whoever thought that through the Q drops, they got to rethink it. I mean, because you go to court, they got you. So if it ain't in court, if your plan is to take you to court, you're wrong. I'd ask you this, ready? And the Q people, out of all these election fraud, and I'm in with it, election fraud, I proved it, I put it out there, ready? All these cases, who won? Who won? What election fraud case won? Anybody get any money? Anybody get any turning over? But you spend tens of millions investing into the investigation. The money's not in the cure, it's in the medicine. So,
Mike, you would agree.
They did that intentionally, don't believe it. There's no sense in it. Or when the end goes to court, I'll say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mike, you would agree that more people are awake today than ever before in human history, yes?
I think from my experience, in these years I've been doing it, progressively people are becoming more awake. And I think a lot of it is because you're noticing things. Your freedoms are being taken away. I mean, COVID had to wake you up a little bit, didn't it? And when you're looking at the media and you say to yourself, why are we so confused? By design. So each day, do I think people are getting smarter? Yes. Which is, again, the reason why it's so important not to lie to them, not to mislead them, but to turn around and say, hey, I don't want anything from you. I don't want your money. I don't want your vote. I want you to listen. I want you to use your common sense. Don't trust all these people. The intelligence agencies in this country is the head of the deep state. They sell protection to the worst of us. Those are the cartels. That's why your borders are open. And I know we talked about the commander-in-chief, Dave. I don't know if you want me to get into that with the borders, but that's up to you. Or we can do it another day. But I have a particular feeling about it.
Well, I definitely want to talk more about the border at another time because I'm working on that project, the New World Border, which is going to be a documentary and about the roots of this whole system, not just here but also in Europe and the migrant invasion that happened there. But I want to get back to I need to speak for a bit here. In that I have a very different perspective of this, and I shared a little bit about that with you, okay? That you and I have been awake for about the same amount of time. You've been fighting for 17 years. I've been fighting for 18 years in terms of like the people that we're going after. Now you're at a whole nother level, and I want to acknowledge that because I have never had my life threatened. I have never had my children's life threatened. I have not, I have not lost $250 million. I have not turned down $50 million. Okay. In addition to that. Okay. All these, go ahead.
Dave, I've had to fight for my life. Would a 6'7" Russian national get on tape and get arrested? I've had 3 attempts on my life. I don't even count the threats. Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, but I want to be very clear about where the path that you've come, okay, and the path that most others have experienced, okay. It's very different, and we cannot pretend that we are peers. And so, and I say that from a standpoint of that you have knowledge about things that many of us do not have because of your experience and what you've seen. You also know what you don't know. And I respect that about you. And what you don't know, you've already told me, is about the Q operation. Okay?
Right.
So I need to speak to that a little bit, because one of the things that I will not allow to be put out there in the ether without some sort of kind of a contextualization of the world around us. In other words, I'm not a Chicken Little saying about the sky falling, okay? And because I do believe that good will win in the end, simply because of the awakening of the masses. Now, Q said, military is the only way one time. 20 times, Q said, accountability, transparency, justice is the only way 20 times. Okay? So not only do we have to awaken the masses, but you and I agreed that you and I have been trying to awaken people by telling them for a very long time. Okay? It doesn't work. You start talking to people and their eyes glaze over, and they can't even hear you on matters of, even if you have the documents right in front of you. So my take on this whole thing, this whole picture, and I have had not the just sit on the couch and wait for a savior to come. That is not Q's message at all. Okay. And you have some very good, criticisms of Q, and I'm open to all criticisms of Q. And I've had many conversations with people about this that weren't as knowledgeable as I was about it, or didn't have the experience with it as I do. But when you understand the level of the level of complexity of what is happening around us right now, and when you understand that how many coincidences before mathematically impossible, which is what Q has said. And I personally, on my show, hours and hours and hours, have spent time showing that the coincidences that occur cannot be on accident, cannot be just coincidence. It's mathematically impossible. And so, and the message from Q isn't to sit on the couch. It's to engage. It is to get involved. It is to call out people. It is to, they're not going to be able to walk down the street. This is about exposing people. Now, so when you say these things about Trump, and I want to get a little bit more into that, and I want to talk a little bit more about Flynn as well.
I just ask you one thing? In Q,
sure.
Right? Is there any time that they give you a plan on how to win the game? I gave you a plan. Enough so that it's keeping Trump afloat, and he's threatening with it. So whatever Q did, and listen, we're working on the same side. We're coming different paths.
Yep.
I'm opening to listen. I'm afraid about infiltration, but the bottom line here, and to the people of Q, I have the path to win the game, to get their money. With all these variables and all these signs, you know what I say? Let's grab our lunch bucket and take them out. We got their money. We know where it is. They can't answer for it. I'm giving you a direct chance to win the game. You know what I did? I won more races than any human being who ever lived in history. Win.
All right, we're getting off topic.
I'm showing you
we're getting off topic. But I want to go back, because I want to go back to, and I want to let you finish this. Give me the plan to win the game, please.
Okay, real simple. Ready? The Achilles heel in all of this was their money. Remember, they say follow the money. Now, we know they're corrupt. You know they're corrupt. We've seen the Senate was saying they have with hundreds of millions of dollars. How did they get it? Now, so their problem is they know you see that, so they've got to hide that. So the Achilles heel is everything that they stole, the profits there. That's what they did. They consolidated this network into one state, a small state, completely controlled. And that's what I got. From that money, Mary Maxwell, she bought an LLC. She bought it from Obama Treasury cabinet member. See, we can go back to the Treasury member and then Obama, and that goes to Maxwell. You see? So you can follow their money, and we incriminate them all. That is the only way. They can't explain billions. Hey, Joe, where'd you get $2 billion? You see? These are your politicians, right? And it breaks down.
Okay.
And the money. And then you go for the blackmailers, which is also in the Pandora's box, and you find out what they have. Like, for instance, did you know that that Pornhub Pornhub was in the Pandora Papers. They were child trafficking. You know where they caught the money? New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah. So your
One of
plan,
the largest child traffickers in the country.
so your plan is to expose this money laundering system. Where are we going to take that? We're going to take that to the same courts that screwed you over?
We take it to the people. This is beautiful. We're going to have to work hard not to get them hanged, these politicians. They took $2 billion. They took $1 billion. They took it for child trafficking. And all these good guys that you followed, you know, the pharmacies that you went in, the casinos that went in, this restaurant when you're in, you're going to find out it's all cartel owned. You're going to find more dark money owns more than you even understand, including your banks. So could it go down? We could hang them just like this. And tell you something. You know, you were talking about Trump. Want to know if Trump's a good guy? They were all the bad guys didn't want him in there. The same thing here. Their fear is their money. That's why Pandora's box scared Biden. It scared Sununu. Because they know how to get it. This thing with the Pandora Papers, think about it. It came from foreign journalists because they would have been implicated. They didn't implicate. I talked to those journalists. Do you know what those journalists told me? Your politicians are part of it, but they weren't going to publish those. They know.
I would argue, Mike, that that without Q, that we're not ready for your message. Because everybody without Q,
I'd say anybody with a common sense. You know what I talk to, Dave? Listen, I don't want to look at this as political. All those people that I helped, I never asked their race, religion, certainly, you know, not their politics. I helped every single one of them. So I'm talking to everybody, all of us, members of Q. Let's work together on this. Other members, if you're not. If you're people of faith, if you're people of not faith, we all love our children. What did we find out, Dave? We had more in common than we knew, right? And I think we and the people have more in common. We want a free country. We want justice. We want a future for our children. I want the same thing. And listen, I'm further along than you in a lot of this, and I'm fighting for your children.
Well, a lot of the things that you're talking about, by the way, Q was talking about in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 about the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ. Q was telling us how corrupt the DOJ was, and Q was telling us exactly who in the DOJ. The number one and the number two of the DOJ, the number one, the number two of the FBI, the number one, number two of the CIA, and then multiple players within those organizations. And that 1% were bad and 99% of good. In other words, the FBI, pretty much for the most part, are good dudes and gals that are trying to do the right thing. But the top 1% was spoiling the whole water. Okay, and so
I worked with the feds. I was in there. They're filthy to the top to the bottom. This thing is only corrupt from the top because that's in control. Once they're in control, they're all complicit. Do you know who were my best witnesses? FBI agents, state troopers, cops. You want to know if I have? Those are the ones who gave it to me. They told me how filthy and dirty it was.
And they were good people. They were good people. They
are good people. And they probably went in there with a lot of people as cops, went in there with good intentions. But
I got to say, I really got to say that I'm looking forward to talking with you more about Q, okay? Because there are so many connections, Mike, that support exactly what you're saying and what you've done. There are so many foundational points that have been made over almost 5,000 drops about, for example, to wake up humanity to the fake news. One of the problems that you and I have had trying to wake people up is like, well, how come I didn't see it on CNN? How come I didn't see it on ABC? I watch these guys. I watch that guy. How come, Anderson Cooper didn't say anything about it? Well, because they are as corrupt as the worst people on the planet. And Q made us aware of that and used Trump and vice versa to call out the fake news. because the name of my show is The Indoctrination. So because I had to expose that if I could convince people that we were completely propagandized and indoctrinated, then I could shift their way of thinking and where they're going to get their information. Okay. Now, one of the areas that we went to get information was Q, because Q, like Trump, was pointing out all the bad players and all the bad characters. Okay. Now, part of this whole...
Dave,
go ahead.
Do you think that Q 17 and 18 you were referring to, 27, 2018, do you think it's the same entities, the same people, and confidently in 24? Are you thinking you're still dealing with the same Q?
Absolutely.
You don't think there's any filtration?
No.
How do you know that? Do you know do you know, Dave, you can help me with this. Do you know who you're talking to when at Q? Do you know who's sending you the message?
Well, we know that all the people are less than, you can count on less than two hands there's 9 that know everything.
But do you know
three of them are civilian: Trump, Scavino, and I believe Cohen Watnick.
Really? Did you know about Ariel blew up Scavino today? Did you see that?
You told me that, but I haven't had a chance to check that out.
Blew him up.
But let me say this.
There might be a reason behind it.
Yeah, it could be. Now, Ariel, by the way, one of the things I wanted to bring up was Ariel's post about when you said you basically, okay, let me pull this up while we're on this subject, is that you basically predicted that Trump was going to anoint Flynn, which he did the other night at Mar-a-Lago, which, by the way, anybody can get to Mar-a-Lago. You just got to spend the money. And I've said Mar-a-Lago for Trump is number one in business.
First of all,
hold on. Trump, Mar-a-Lago is number one in business. Okay. Number 2, in my opinion, is a skiff, and number 3 is his home, and number 4 is his golf course. So anybody can get into Mar-a-Lago. Pretending that you're close to Trump because you go to Mar-a-Lago a lot is absurd. Okay, it's like I took three tours of the White House this last month, and I'm close to Biden. Okay, it's absurd. So let me take you.
They'll go to Mar-a-Lago, have a birthday party, and tell you Trump threw it, and then all of a sudden they're best friends with Trump. I'm with you on that one. Okay,
awesome. So let me bring up my post of the retweet of Ariel, and that is let me see. Okay, here. Nope, that's not it. I got to slow down. Okay.
You know what? So I remember the tweet. If you want to refer to it, I remember it.
I've got it. So
I know what you're referring to.
Okay, so basically, what I wanted to say was that Ariel brings up the sardonic salutations. Okay, the verbal jousting of foes. Okay, he is a terrific guy. Trump to regarding Jeffrey Epstein. I just wish her well. Trump regarding Ghislaine Maxwell. I wish Harry good luck. Trump to Prince Harry. She's a fighter. Clinton. I think he's doing a really good job. Obama. He's a man of unbelievable credibility and courage. Going to go down the history books. Bill Barr. She's impressive. Pelosi. A tough cookie. DeSantis. He's a good guy. Mike Pence. He's a good guy, actually. Paul Ryan. Steve Bannon was a good man, a good person. He's a good guy. He's a friend of mine. Corey Lewandowski, who you mentioned. I like Ben a lot. He's a good guy. Some really good conversations took place last night, and it's now time for all of our great Republican House members to vote for Kevin regarding Kevin McCarthy. Caviezel, Bush, Farage, Gates, Giuliani, Hannity, Jones, McCain, Mattis, Murdoch, Benjamin Netanyahu, Dana Perino, Rick Perry, Chuck Schumer, Carlos Slim, Roger Stone, Jim Acosta, Jeb Bush, Chris Christie. He's said, I love them all. Okay. But what he's done is he's put them into the sunlight for disinfectant so that we can see. And I say, when you hear somebody, let me just finish this up. And let me finish this up.
These guys immunities.
Let me finish this up, and I want to get your thoughts on it. When you hear somebody you trust say something, in this case, Trump speaking kindly about Michael Flynn, make sure that you wrap that something up in the context of other things that the person said. We need to take in the bigger picture here, whether you are pro Flynn or not. And I will say exactly, listen, I need to see significant evidence, okay, that Flynn's a bad guy, okay, and you're providing that, and we're going to talk more about that.
You did see those texts. Wait, Dave, you did see those texts from the Oval Office on December 18th from Flynn, right?
No, I'm going to bring those up with us when we get back on that subject.
You did see
them. You did send them to me, but I have not read them. Okay. So not everyone who spends money at Mar-a-Lago is close to Trump. Mar-a-Lago is Trump business, CIC, skiff, home, and golf course. Okay.
Can I tell you the difference, Dave? I know your point. We can tell the difference. Ready? First, Ramaswamy was there, and it was Flynn. And he shows up in person. And he shows up in person within days where Flynn turns around and doesn't go with Kennedy, and they make a big show of it, which was bull, right? How's that? Yep. We're not talking randomly. We're talking a point in time where the world was watching. Q wasn't watching. Those people weren't watching. And when they seen Flynn and Trump together, they didn't turn around and say, what the hell's going on? Well, I told you what could happen. So when it happened, then you're wondering what happened? Well, you're looking at it. You don't turn around and get a guy who controlled January 6th and the feds and worked with the feds, and your freedom is at risk because of this guy, and go to hit that event and swap spit. You don't do it. You don't. There's no sign. Did he say he's a friend? He's a friend. He's a friend. Listen, he says friend and Giuliani's on his own. So you know something? Watch the deal, the deeds. Look what the situation it is. No one's telling you how he's getting out of court. None of it.
Well, he's exposing this court, okay, and he's also opened up the fact that presidents are not immune, okay, and that includes Obama and Biden.
And the courts give him a pat on the behind and say, good luck to you, right? Hey, listen, Biden was impeachable. What happened with Biden's impeachment? They kissed him on the behind, right?
Don't you think
that that's the exit?
No. I don't think. No, I don't think impeachment. We're talking about a system that is corrupt. So impeachment's not going to happen.
You win outside the box. You win outside the courts. Why do you think Flynn wanted my evidence for outside the courts? Why did I try to convince Lindell to use it outside the courts? Right? The courts are corrupt. Right. You don't win, and you're not going to hear it. And look around. If there was a thing that you did see what was going on, and Trump did a good thing by going to these courts, having it on television, and you see the real nature. Unless you think in a situation 25 years ago, from that woman who's giving that testimony, where there was no witnesses, let's see, is that worth $83 million of your dollars? So if you think these courts are corrupt, how's $83 million for that? How $455 million for no witnesses? You know what they hit me for? For $274 million for calling a cartel the cartel, and they all knew it. And the people who took the money were the ones who wanted to give me the money. You see?
What do you see? Let me ask you this, and then I want to go back into the J6. What do you see as the ultimate reveal? Okay, in other words, the date of the indoctrination established that I have on my logo says 1871. Okay, because that was when the corporation was created, the United States of America. Okay. That's when the Rothschilds in England took back over control of the United States. Okay. And we became chattel in this corporation. Do you see like the ultimate reveal, and what do you see that looking like?
I think the American people will be shocked at the depth of the theft and the corruption and how organized and how we were betrayed by our own government, all these agencies and our courts.
And
So in other
who's
words, the first thing we're going to be is shocked. Then you know what happens next? And I'm counting on this, and I'm going to have to try to harness this some way, which is why I'm trying to do outrage, anger. Let's take that. We'll have a common enemy all of a sudden. The people who've been stealing and robbing and mistreating our children. I'd say we have a common enemy. If we can come together with that common enemy, and if that money and that exposure shows you who the enemy is, and it wasn't each other, it wasn't the Republicans, it wasn't the Democrats, it wasn't the minorities, it wasn't the whites, it was the government, it was the evil, it was the corrupt. That's the enemy. And I think this shows that.
Mike, you're more Q than you realize. Q said in 2020, actually going back to 2018, that crimes against children unite all humanity cross-party lines. Difficult truths. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them, which we've discussed. Only then will people find the will to change. So how is that? It talks about Maxwell not being a big enough name to trigger a mass awakening. Okay. But one leads to another that leads to many. Crimes against children is the common denominator. No matter political affiliation, mass population awakening, have faith in humanity. Wiener, HRC, others, crimes against children. And this goes back to 2018.
But
and
do you know what I'm not seeing in those things that I saw just then?
Sure.
And you know what you're saying as far as grabbing the people, right? Have them pay attention. Ready? Show them how to win the game. Don't just expose, because they've been exposed. You want to grab them. You want to get them committed, say, okay, we'll stand up and fight, but we got to know that it's a possibility of winning. By showing them a path to win, get you to stand up and get you to take a risk that you may not. So that's what I'm doing. I'm giving does Q give us a target to be able to say, this is the path, win the game?
Okay. Now, again, when I say, well, let me take you back through my little journey as to why I'm where I'm at right now, from a standpoint of showing you Q drops and the whole bit. Now, so I was, so when Clintons were running for president, when Bill Clinton was running, okay, I saw a tape that I'm sure you've probably seen, called the Clinton Chronicles.
I think I've seen the tape. Yeah. Okay.
So this was while they were running for the presidency. I'm saying they because of her, influence in the whole situation. They were an amazing political team, but this Clinton Chronicles exposed the crimes that were happening within the state of Arkansas, primarily Mena, Arkansas, the Mena airport, he was flying in drugs and money and human trafficking through the Mena, Arkansas for Poppy Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, okay, who was at the time the head of the CIA. Now, Bush, and if you go back into Bush's family, Prescott Bush was funding the Nazis and was actually indicted on war crimes, Brown and Associates. And so that's the foundation of that very corrupt family. But this was what rose him to the ability to actually run for president and win the presidency, because he was doing these things for the most powerful people on the planet. Okay. So I was experiencing that. So I'm going out, I'm trying to tell people, guys, the Clintons are not good people, et cetera, et cetera. So before Clinton was even in office, I had to deal with this. Then I had to deal with 8 years of Clinton. Then I had to watch him be impeached for what? For a blowjob in the Oval Office? Are you kidding me? That was like that's not the least of the things that I knew he was responsible for. The Whitewater scandal, the Vince Foster and Hubble and McDougal and all these people that were corrupt in this whole organization. They were all, either killed or promoted. All right. And so I had to deal with that. Excuse me. And many of us that were awake did. Then we had to go through also Obama, right? And 8 years of that bullshit.
Dave,
go ahead.
Can I just speak on your point about that? It's called
Sure.
The Fast and the Furious. The guy was Barry Seal. Now, and when Bush, Barry Seal was the pilot that was dropping off the drugs.
Right.
That was tied into that. It was tied into Oliver North.
Yep.
Now, it's called Fast and Furious. Now, Bush's chief of staff was John Sununu. The governor that I ran against in New Hampshire is Chris Sununu. New Hampshire's number one in money laundering, number one in manufacturing of guns and drugs, putting the DEA ground zero. What's Fast and Furious? Meet New Hampshire. That's Fast and Furious. And who's running it? Chris Sununu. Who's still alive giving him directions? John Sununu, the guy that George Bush Sr. said the smartest man he ever met. He's also the darkest. Yeah. That's what you know. So, and think about this. New Hampshire, okay, we got Sununu. That's the Bush. You mentioned the Clintons. Who was her campaign manager but Bill Shaheen? In New Hampshire, in the Fast and Furious, we have the Bushes and the Sununus and the Clintons. You want to know how to get Hillary Clinton? Let's find her money. Do you know where she would put her money? In an LLC in New Hampshire, protected by your two trusted friends, Senator Shaheen and Bill Shaheen. You see, we do have more in common.
So I just want to let you know, and I want to pause and thank everybody for being here during this very important conversation with Mike Gill. We have about 3,200 people live with us right now across multiple platforms, and I want to thank you all for showing up on a Saturday evening for this conversation. And I would ask you, if you find it meaningful, please share this out, because I believe that this is a conversation, whether you agree with Mike or whether you agree with me, or you disagree with both of us, or you agree with both of us. I think it's an important conversation to listen to and to share with others, because these are the kind of conversations we need to have, even if we disagree. Because I will tell you this, that I believe that both Mike and I, and many listeners and many podcasters that may be in the chat right now, that we are at a level of comprehension of the world around us that we need to talk about this thing. And if anything that's happening that I think is a negative in this awakening, this great awakening in this movement, is that we're still not listening to the people that we should be listening to.
And the problem is, when you have all these other people, you don't know who's telling you the truth. And this is so corrupted and so organized. The people that are telling the truth are encircled and shut off and screened.
Yes.
As we talked about.
So I want to get back to the what I was saying about my journey. All right. Now, when I realized that, oh my God, I'm going to have to deal with Obama, and we're going to have to go through this. And I knew he was a Manchurian candidate. I knew he wasn't born in the United States. I knew he was I knew all these things about him before he ever ran. And I knew the corruption in Illinois politics and how they prop people up and how they control that whole situation. So when my friend called me and said, you got to check out 4chan, okay, and you got to look at this anonymous drop. It wasn't Q at the time. It was anonymous. It was same people, okay, but it was anonymous. And the drop was about the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Are you saying
Okay.
that Anonymous and Q were a little together in the beginning? Because
Not
Anonymous was working with me for years.
not the anonymous with the mask.
Okay, these were the
Not
Anonymous with the Mac. They had 20 million people at one time, and there's a series about 8 to 10 videos with me with them. But if they're not the same, then
Okay.
they're not.
So
Okay.
so not that I know of, by the way. What I know of Q, to answer your question, there were 3 civilian, 6 military that know the whole thing, the whole gambit, and those 6 military are military intelligence. Okay, we've heard that it's in Northern Virginia, Northern Army of Virginia. We've heard that it's NSA military intelligence.
You know what the problem is? But the problem is we don't know. We're using
We don't.
and that's my problem. I'm a practical person. And I turned around and say, I want to know where you got. And you know something, Dave, you're asking me, I want to see evidence. I want to see proof. I want to see. And you're right. You should. We should know who I am and should be doing that. And I'm willing to do that. But so should they.
Okay,
Why
but hold on.
holding them to the same scrutiny? If we're taking that evidence, but we don't know where it comes from. We don't know who gave it to us. And how do you know it's not compromised if you don't know who they are? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mike, if you call me on a line that I can't see the number, anonymous line, and you say, Dave, there's a package on your porch. Okay. And I go out and I don't know who you are. And I go out to the porch, there's a package. And in that package is exactly what you told me. Dave, it's good. It's going to, there's going to be something else happening. There's going to be something else happening.
And, you know something?
And every single time, hold on. Every single time that you tell me this is going to happen and it happens, why do I need to know who you are?
Oh, well,
that's my ego. That's my ego.
Okay, well, I'll tell you right away. If I'm going to set you up, you know how you buy a lie? You know how you sell it? Give them 10 truths. And the one you don't want, you feed them this one and they'll buy it. I agree. Make them believe it. You know what they do? You know what the first order of business is? Get them to trust you, right?
Yes.
Get them to trust you. So all of a sudden, right? I'm right. And here's something else about being right. And I told this before. Have you ever heard of the Oracle of Delphi, Dave? The Oracle of Delphi. She was an oracle. And every time the Trojans would go to war, before they go to war, they'd go to the oracle. And the oracle would say, you're going to win, you're going to do this and this. But the Oracle of Delphi said it in such a way, no matter what happened, they were right. They weren't clairvoyant. They just turned around and said in such a way that it was right. Just like Flynn with the ship that you spoke of. You know what Flynn said? Black Swan, you can make something or into anything. This is going to happen here at this time, in this day, in this time, right? They didn't tell you about January 6th. They didn't tell you about the Oracle of Delphi. So what I'm saying is that can be manipulated. I'm telling you, hold
on. Let me address the J6 thing, Mike. Okay. All right. So they didn't tell us about J6. Okay.
That's
what I said earlier.
Wanted it to happen, right?
No, I'm saying that if they told us about J6, we wouldn't have gone there. Okay.
Well,
now,
a lot of guys in jail would have wished you didn't. There's nothing good.
There were a lot of prisoners of war that went to Vietnam that were prisoners. They wish they hadn't gone. Okay. Their hindsight is 2020. Now, here's the thing about J6. You're suggesting
representing their country to war.
Yes.
And went to prison.
Both.
And you know what? I'll bet you if you ask some of them, they might have said they would have gone anyway. The problem with January 6th was, right, they allowed us to be controlled and manipulated. They trapped us in here. That was the feds. That was Flynn. That was an orchestration. And
do you think there was no benefit from J6?
About a trap. I would warn about a trap. That was a trap.
Okay.
And I did warn. Okay, go ahead.
Do you think, and you did, and do you think that there was no good that has come out of J6?
No, this good comes a lot. But you know something? Is there more bad than good? There is. Did I wish
Can we
January
talk about?
6th didn't
We know
happen?
about the
I
bad.
wish
We know
come
about the
around.
bad.
Listen,
Can we speak to the good? We know about the
how
bad.
about,
Can we speak to the good?
well, wait a minute. I don't know if we know all the bad. Did you know that Flynn was behind it? Because
All
there's
right,
some
well, let's
people
go
up there
there.
who still want him to be president. So in
Okay,
other words,
so
if my
before we go to
argument would
Flynn,
be if
before
Q,
we go to J6, Mike, can I pause you there? Before we go to
yeah,
J6, let me just finish my path real quick,
okay.
and then I want to go to J6, and I want to go to the evidence that you have. Okay, now when I read that drop about Hillary Clinton going, being arrested, the whole bit. Okay, now that never happened publicly that we know for sure. Okay, now this is now I don't want to
Who
go there.
arrested her? The FBI who protected her? Hillary. When they start saying Hillary collected and all this and Gitmo, baloney. And if you want to talk to me about showing evidence, give me a little Gitmo hanging and show me a little evidence there. I keep seeing Clinton.
I completely disassociate with any absolutes about Gitmo, about hanging and the whole bit. But I can tell you, and I can give you evidence to the fact that she is not in control of her Twitter account, and neither is Huma Abedin, which Q tells us to watch follow Huma.
How do you know that?
I could because
listen, Dave. I'm going to ask you the question you would have asked me. I'm going to ask you, how do you know that, and how do you know that is proof, is evidence?
So years of following them, they're quite aware of Q.
I'm not talking about habits. I'm talking about hard evidence. What evidence do we have?
I can't give you that if you keep interrupting me. Okay, I'm going to give it to you. Okay, now I've followed their tweets. Now, if you know Q, which we know Hillary and Huma know deeply about Q because they are, basically you gotta know who's defaming you, if you will. Okay, which Q has buried both Hillary, the human trafficking and the Haiti, the Clinton Foundation, Huma Abedin and their connection with Muslim Brotherhood through her father and through her mother, and how she's infiltrated Clinton's camp, and how Anthony Weiner, her husband, was a pedophile, and how he had the life insurance policy on that computer that the Southern District of New York discovered, all the police officers discovered, that had the frazzled drip from Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin. You know all about that, right?
Well, how about this? Did Q find
hold on.
How about this? Flynn was running Evergreen and protecting that with
hold on.
Clinton.
Let's go there with Flynn. Let's go there with Flynn when we get to Flynn. But what I'm trying to tell you is
Abigail and Clinton's, and and Clinton ties to the Flynn and child trafficking with Evergreen. So I just want you to say.
And I want to hear more about that. But jumping back to Flynn doesn't allow me to convince you and show you the evidence that Hillary and Huma were not in control of their Twitter accounts.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's the evidence?
That's right.
What's the proof?
So it would take hours to show you, but I can line stuff up for a separate show, and we can just focus on that. But here's what I'll tell you.
But Dave, I like directing. I mean, here's my witness. Here's my proof. And we're going to take hours? Listen, I give it to you straight up. Listen, I gave you a couple of text messages from Flynn himself. We don't have to worry about those things. All I'm saying is, Dave, if I'm being questioned, shouldn't everything be else questioned? And I'm good with it. So you know what?
And when you ask a question, you have to leave space for the answer.
Listen.
Hold on. You got to leave space for the answer, Mike. Okay. Now, Hillary and Huma are well aware that the Anons, when we see a timestamp of a tweet, that oftentimes that is a communication back into the queue board. Okay? Timestamps take us to the queue drops. Okay? Now, any Anon, any autist, anybody that follows Q will tell you the importance of the timestamps of Trump's tweets, Scavino's tweets, and also when you start to expand more into that, like I did with my co-host Todd many, many times, was that we would take the timestamp of Hillary's tweets and we'd go into the Q drops, and it would be child trafficking, Haiti, Clinton Foundation, Russia, Uranium One, all these things. And we did it multiple times. Mike, if you ask me to prove erosion, I can't point one finger and show you erosion, but I can over the course of time. Okay. And what I'm trying to explain to you is over the course of time, I was able to show those tweets. There's no way in hell that they would timestamp that tweet.
Do you think you could take that to court? You think you could take that to court and win a case with it? We'll show
you mean
about
the same? Hold on. You mean the same courts? The same courts that found you liable. Hold on. The same courts that found you liable? Are you trusting those courts for anything?
That's my point. Thank you. So you're not taking it to court.
So I'm not going to take it to court.
But my point being was, it's not an argument you can make. That is an evidence.
The new court is a public opinion.
When I tell you that Flynn reached out to me, I gave you the text messages. They call that evidence. They show a date and a time and a telephone number.
Let's go there.
Not a hypothetical calculation. Not a hypothetical calculation. All right, we will.
Let's go there.
Listen, but finishing your answer, I wanted a rebuttal. The rebuttal is that's not an answer. Okay. That's not evidence. We're not going to agree on this. And it's
but Mike, you also have already admitted that when it comes to Q, okay, you don't know about Q. Okay, so I'm trying.
I can translate bullshit. Translate bullshit. And
well, I can tell you.
We don't know.
I can tell you the difference.
We don't know where it comes from. We didn't warn January 6th. We're assuming we want to know what Clinton and Oruma is watching. Listen, that ain't solid facts. I put them in jail. I found their money. I have their account numbers. You know what I'm saying? Now that's real stuff. Real stuff.
Who did you put in jail? Who did you put in jail?
Would put them in jail. Would put them in jail. Who did I uncover?
You've taken that.
It should be a question. How many people you get resigned? Multiple U.S. attorneys. How about this? Every lawyer that's on that releases that you've seen resigned. That 44-page report, it was a report about each and every one of them had to quit their company, quit their job, quit the state, quit the banking commission. Why? Because of contagion. So did it have effect? Yes. Is this cover up here? Yes. Now, right. And that evidence is what's keeping Trump afloat right now with the Pandora's box.
Okay. So let's shift gears. We'll shelve that for a different conversation. What's that?
Did you wanted to show the Flynn text? That's how you ended.
I do. Just wrapping up that last part for a minute. We got off on a tangent because that first post was about Hillary Clinton being arrested. But what I wanted to say about that wasn't about whether or not that happened or how you can prove that happened. We got distracted with that. But I understand you wanted to talk about that. That's fine. But the reason I brought that up, Mike, is because for somebody that felt hopeless, that nobody was paying attention about back when
I never feel hopeless or helpless. All right.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me. I'm not projecting that upon you. I'm projecting that upon me. For somebody that was feeling pretty hopeless, that nothing was going to change. Okay. When Q came along and started dropping this information about the Clinton Foundation and all this stuff, that started a revolution. Okay. that was a spark that ignited me and ignited many others, not to sit on the couch, but to do thousands of shows and thousands of hours. And yeah, it was a very good thing, but I'm saying that's for a good thing for a lot of people. And I do believe, by the way, and I think that we're going to talk more about this, I think that so much about this is part of what you might be missing. And I think so much about what Q is about is missing what you have. Okay. So let me just shelve that for now. And let's go to the kind of proof that you do demand, which I respect. Okay. And the kind of evidence that you do show. And I'll go back to those texts. Now, will you set the scene for the text that I'm about to bring up, please?
All right, I'll set it up. All right.
Okay.
Now I'm in Orlando, Florida. It's December of 2020. I have a burner phone that only one person in the world has. He's the videographer named Gammy Vasquez. We were shooting a video and we were taking this evidence. I was taking it to the DC. Gammy Vasquez turned around and got picked up by the FBI. The FBI took my number from Vasquez and took the video I was going to do. 5 days later, the FBI gives it to General Flynn. General Flynn on
and
this
what was
day,
the video? I'm sorry, what was the video?
The video was all the documentation, evidence, all of it. I put it in a presentation. It was 4 hours. So I had it done. That was going to Washington. The FBI grabbed Vasquez. That's how they had my number. The FBI 5 days later gave it to Flynn. Flynn was ready to enact the operation against Trump.
What was Flynn's position? What was Flynn's position at the time?
Flynn was actually giving advice to the president in the Oval Office. Sidney Powell was Flynn's lawyer at the time, working on the insurrection lawsuit for Trump. So Flynn was retired at the time. This, again, December 18th. But one, the FBI gave him my number. Two, why did he call me? And three, what did he ask me for? Okay, December 18th from the Oval Office. You see the times and the dates, and none of this is being disputed. So if you'd like to show the first one, Dave.
I think now, they came out of order, but is this the first one?
No. That's just a few extras I sent you. You see, go to the very top. The very top I see there is the second one. No, go. Yeah, that one. Do you have another one? Okay.
Go over the videos. That's it.
No, you know what? You see this one and the second one. If you go up one more. All right, hit that. I'll talk about this. In the meantime, I'm gonna send you that first cover sheet. I gotta have you see that. I thought I sent it, but maybe I didn't. Hold on now, just a second.
Is it? No, that's not it either, is it?
I know which one it is.
Okay.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll get it to you.
Sure.
Because you know what? If it wasn't important, I would skip, but it is.
Sure.
Because this is important evidence.
Welcome, everybody. We are nearing 4,000 on this live stream right now, and I'd like to thank everybody for being here. And please share this out. And a very important conversation with Mike Gill.
It's on its way to you, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
So let's show that one first, because it was the first one that came in. So let's be even accurate in order.
Sure.
Okay. What I just sent you, if you could post that.
Okay. All right. Let me get this here. And
so this would be the first communication that I saw. And remember, I'm on a burner phone that I don't think anybody has it, but the one guy that's missing. So you can understand why I'm shocked that I see General Flynn. No, the one I just sent you.
There we
No,
go.
that's the one you had. I just sent it to you a second ago, the cover sheet of
I'm
that.
sorry. Here, this one. Okay.
There you
I'm
go.
sorry.
You got it.
Here we go.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, I only did this because we want to be accurate. All right.
Yes.
So you see the time at the top, December 18, 2020. Okay.
Yes.
So we know where we were.
This is
Hi,
before
Mike.
J6.
My name is Carissa Ketchel. Does everybody know who Seth Ketchel is? And do you know that Carissa Ketchel also works for Sidney Powell?
Please
General
tell us
Flynn
please tell us who those people are. Seth and Carissa,
Ketchel
for those who don't know.
Seth Ketchel is General Flynn's right-hand man. In fact, you'll see Ketchel, who was running Mike Lindell dry. But that's Ketchel. And that's Carissa Ketchel is his wife. My understanding, they went through a divorce. General Flynn gave me your contact and asked me to call you. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. Okay? In which I did. I updated General Flynn, and you should be getting a call in an hour from someone to speak to, and I did. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. Have they contacted? Not yet. They called right after. All right. If you can go to the next screen. And again, from the Oval Office, and if you look at the times, they were in the Oval Office in those times. Now, if you look
Which
what
one,
I'm sending
hold
back.
on.
No, you got the right one.
I had the right one. Okay.
You did. Okay.
Okay.
If you read what I'm saying to them right at the top about laundering operation, it goes through the evidence, stop at any time. It leaves absolutely no question undeniable. I left the numbers there for the numbers there because it's also evidence and identifies the person. Could you email an image of the settlement agreement? How did Flynn even know I had it? The feds knew I had it. The DOJ knew I had it. You've seen the DOJ, but now Flynn knew. And from the Oval Office, he's asking me from that. I'll work on it now. And I sent it to him. Okay, thanks. In the meantime, I'll try to watch your videos. My videos are evidence. And guess what? They're protected. Nobody takes them down, including the feds. What they are going to need is a signed affidavit. What did I tell you? I signed a 15-page affidavit. This is them asking you. Remember I told Sidney Powell, gave me the information for it? Do you want to send me a template? They sent me a template. You sent it to me? Sidney Powell. You know where Sidney Powell was at the time? December 18th, standing right next to General Flynn in the Oval Office. That's evidence, folks. And I've got dozens of these and emails by the dozens, 3 weeks worth of every day. And you're not seeing the telephone conversations. And if we find out the wiretap rules, you may hear more.
Do we need to go to another screen here?
No, you don't have to. But you know what I do? I was just sending you more evidence when I had time. So those
what is this? Could you explain to the audience what this is evidence of?
And why don't you hit another one down below, and I'll show you some more evidence. What it is it's me working with the Flynn team that set up January 6th every single day. Now, the reason why they needed me, they wanted to make sure that Trump didn't get my evidence. Trump's using Pandora's box. He could have used Pandora's box to say in office, we didn't have to have a war. We didn't have to do. We had to find their money. Well, look, this is my communications, and these are with Flynn. Look at, go over these videos, years. Remember the highest volume broker of the recent world.
Who are you communicating to right now? Who are you communicating with right now?
James Turkolo, captain. He was a helicopter captain. He works in the child trafficking department under General Flynn. So,
and you're communicating with him right now.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're saying that he was in the Oval Office?
Flynn was, yeah. Yeah. And at this time, ready, and look, let the general know they're coming. They don't leave loose ends. That's the mistake Trump made. When Trump left some of these people off the hook, they came back. So at this time, I'm still giving Flynn evidence, thinking he's going to try to save Trump, right? But the deal was,
So you're
he wasn't
giving him
saying
evidence. You're giving him evidence of what right now? I'm trying to
Trump. Of the
follow this.
Pandora's box. Of the Pandora's box.
Okay,
You
so
were going to leverage
the affidavit that
Yes.
they're asking for was the
Yeah.
affidavit that you have regarding the Pandora's box about all that information, all the money laundering
Yes.
into New Hampshire. Okay, now.
Yes.
Okay, now. So they're telling Flynn that you have all this.
I'm working in meetings with Flynn's in on the phone. He
Okay.
knows it. You're seeing day-to-day communications, even late. Because you know what I'm doing to them? What's going on? It's getting too late. You should be using this evidence. You'll read these other texts. Mike's calm down. He goes, we're working on it. We're going to do it. See, look at it. I agree with what you said, brother, just now. I do. I'll send the text up to them right now. I am telling you they were taking too much time, Trump. And then you know what I found out? It was never to be used. They used it to keep it so Trump couldn't be saved. That's why I knew Flynn was part of January 6th. I was dealing with he had his brother Charles Flynn, remember? Remember the National Guard that didn't show up? Well, he was in the meetings. They were all in the meetings. They needed to know and listen, they use my stuff now for power and leverage. That's why all those people on Flynn, what were they saying? The most important whistleblower. The evidence, I have those text messages.
You said that let the general know they're coming. They don't leave loose ends. That's the mistake Trump made. Who are you talking about there?
Who Trump left? Barr, Durham, people that he was trusting. He trusted the AG's office that Barr and Durham was going to use my evidence in particularly and turn around and the Russian investigation and out them before the election. So you'll see multiple transitions in saying, listen, they're stalling him. They're not going to have it before the election, and they didn't. So I'm saying to General Flynn, act now. Don't wait. Don't make the mistake and don't leave loose ends, meaning spies. Don't leave moles. Don't leave people behind. When you say you're going to drain the swamp, you better drain it to the bone.
Mike,
read others if you want to. I can tell you, you can bring me right back to those moments.
So you mentioned Durham. Now you told me earlier that you were quite close and quite involved with Boston, with the Jimmy Fund, with the Red Sox, with all that, and that you know for a fact that Durham was investigating. Could you tell us the story about Boston? Because a lot of people, a lot of anons, by the way, are very disappointed in Durham because nothing became of the Durham report.
Durham was always a rat.
So please tell us about that. Please tell us about your evidence about that.
Okay. And there's even a video of me meeting his agents, too. It's called Whistleblower. It was in a parking lot of a movie cinema. I thought it was going to get plugged.
Oh, by the way, somebody asked, why are your videos protected online? And could you speak to that? That's the because they're evidence.
I can tell you why. They're evidence, federal evidence. You see what I was showing you there? They can't destroy that. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's evidence.
Okay. Go ahead.
And what I'm sorry, what was the question?
About Durham and what happened in Boston.
I got you. Okay, now listen. I was going after the corruption in the Boston FBI. They were the ones blocking me. So as I'm going after the Boston FBI, John Durham, the U.S. attorney, lulling the U.S. attorney of all of New England, except for the state of Connecticut. So Durham, as the U.S. attorney, was investigating mob ties and corruption with the Boston FBI. His people reached out to me, and I went to Connecticut, and I stayed there for months. And I worked with some of his agents. They gave me a phone and so forth. You'll see a video, Whistleblower. But it had the Boston FBI. It had the corruption, and they all got away. So when they got away, I go, Durham's a mole. The Department of Justice is looking for themselves. So when Durham got bagged for the job with the Russian investigation, I go, again, another bag job. and then Durham resigned right afterwards. Listen, Durham was a big player in this. Listen, the department, who's putting Trump in jail? You know who's trying Trump? The Department of Justice. You know whose Department of Justice is? Durham and Barr. You know who got the evidence that you saw in writing? Barr and Sessions. That's a heck of a lawsuit. A lot of people have to answer some questions.
Sessions saw the Pandora's box that you had of all this money trafficking, money laundering. Okay.
And Barr. There's even a video where you see Mike Gill, goes to Sessions, meet Sessions. Yes. They see, that's what the Pandora box is. It's the incrimination of the people holding the evidence, blocking the investigation, and they're sitting on it. The fact that those videos can't take them down, they can't destroy the evidence. You know what that also means? They're not sure how this is going to turn out. We just might win. Otherwise, they would destroy it. The problem comes if we win.
So the texts that you're showing me, and again, I'm trying to find the evidence, and I'm very, very practical, and I'm trying to find the evidence that you're presenting. But your theory, but you say that you know this for sure, that General Michael Flynn was a part of the organization of J6 to use it against Donald John Trump, correct?
I only worked with his whole team. And
when you were okay, hold on.
If you look at one of the last pages I have, it's on January 7th. You know what it says? General Flynn isn't answering his calls. And you hear me say, you're hanging this. Hey, that's that guy's name, by the way, that I told you about.
James Tesoro.
Right. And what did it say? It said Flynn told us all to scatter. All right? Scatter. I worked with that team. I worked inside their groups. They didn't tell me what they were going to do. And there's witnesses that I turned around and reported that this was going to be what I said was an armed assault from the people that I took it from, from that meeting. And you know what? Then it was January 6th. That's what happened. So I knew it was look at. Check the date on the other one. You took the other screen. Did you see where it said January 7th?
Yeah.
Look, see? That's evidence.
What am I? So what am I looking at here? January 7th. What am I looking at? The communication is between you and this gentleman here, James Tesoro, yeah, who was in Flynn's camp. And by the way, I know somebody who was in Flynn's camp, and they did move them. They did move everybody. When you said scatter, they did move to a secure location supposedly during J6. I was in community.
No, they didn't scatter on 6. They scattered after it, just like Roger Stone took off. They did the same. I talked to them. They were scared. And they were guilty.
And what do you think? What do you think they were scared of? What do you think they were scared of?
Getting caught. The fact that they set up January 6th. After they lit the fire, they took off and let it roll. And that's what happened. And listen, I've got dozens of these, and we have a different time. You pick a subject, I'll give you it all. We'll set it up. And you line it up all in order, and we'll go over the evidence. There won't be anything that I won't answer to.
There will be.
These aren't even the emails. This isn't even the emails. I mean, you should see all those. And there's more of these. These are just a few. There was few each and every day. You'll even see on Christmas Day, and I'll go over more, that I was confronted by the FBI outside of the hotel room in Orlando. You see me reach out and tell Flynn that they were doing that and wanted me to pull off. All right? They threatened me and my kids. Well, I'm calling them to tell them what happened. You know what really happened? It was them who sent them to shut me up because I was pushing them to make it public. What Flynn promised me was, and listen, Joe Flynn put in a tweet and said I was telling the truth, that Mike and Powell didn't have anybody to give it to. Well, I told you to give it to the people. Did we run out of people? They lied about disclosing it. And listen, you know why they do that? Why they don't give you the evidence? Washington's run by blackmail and extortion. If you tell you, it's no longer blackmail. And as long as you don't know, it's the gift that keeps on giving. And that's how it works. That's why no one wants you to know the truth. That's why the truth is in the money.
So there's a lot of criticism about Alex Jones and Stone and Flynn surrounding the J6, right? And about how Alex kind of sent everybody there, show up. Trump was asking for that as well. Okay.
You know what? Trump's in a situation where he might go to jail. And you know what? A lot of those other people went to jail. I didn't see Jones get indicted. I didn't get Stone indicted. I didn't get Flynn indicted. You know, I saw a Soprano episode one time. Everybody got indicted except for that guy and that guy. They shot them both.
So yeah, exactly. So, you know, when Trump offered the okay, so we were talking about J6 and the good that has come out of J6. Now, if J6 exposes Stone and Flynn and Jones, do you think that's a good thing?
Yes. Now, and you know what?
Okay.
I didn't say no good thing would have it. I'm saying a good thing happens from a lot of things. Now that and exposuring of them is a very good thing, but not to act on it. How about this? We just exposed him. Hey, that's a good thing. Let's make him president. Who do you think is going to be his campaign manager? Maybe Roger Stone?
Yes.
Now you think about that. It's a good thing that you just made horrific, or we can make it a good thing and count. We might just save a president.
So, the two-tier justice system has been exposed with this J6.
I think the courts and the justice system's been exposed besides J6.
I think it's a part of it. Wouldn't you say it's a part of it?
Maybe so, but I'm just saying it's completely exposed. Okay. That's why January 6th was less about the courts. I understand the anger and the frustration and going there. But it's like you got to be calculated with them. You can't give them evidence. You can't turn around and give them an excuse to do what they wanted to do. Listen, they wanted January 6th to happen. It was a trap from the beginning. Mm-hmm. They planned it a step at a time. The feds, everybody. This was more complicated than you think. I heard those meetings. I heard what the National Guard stuff like. Listen. This is no accident. This was planned in with precision. And now we're going to make him president. And the same act of treachery could be taking Trump out right now. Because if Trump's scared of one thing, and we can't get past the courts, listen, unless you can tell me how he beats the courts, particularly the D.C. court, who ate everybody up. Now tell me how he gets out of that. Now tell me you're the deep state and the last thing you want to do is have him as president. That's why this thing with Flynn and Ramaswamy, I ain't buying it. This guy's running for president. And if you look at it now, it's not over Kennedy. It's not replacing Biden or whoever they put there. Who's the path left? Think?
No, you're right. If Michael Flynn with his PAC and raising all this money and doing all this business, and now just started today, I think started a network, that you paid network, right? And meanwhile, all of my content is free. All of your content is free. The only thing we subsist on is donations, right?
I don't even have content. Other than me talking, meaning I'm not selling anything.
Well,
I'm not.
Yeah,
I have no
same.
product. Right.
Yeah,
right.
Same. So if he is running, for popular opinion until there's a vacancy for him to step into, which is what you're suggesting, correct?
Right. This is a plan. This is the plan because Flynn's
yes.
the feds. The feds are going to take him out and he's replacing him. That's the plan. The plan was to go with Kennedy. And if he was going with Kennedy, you know he was running against Trump.
Yes.
Now, you want to know if he was running with Kennedy? Joe Flynn, 3 hours after he picks his VP, he jumps off the Kennedy boat. Oh, a colossal mistake. Who should he have picked, Joe? Right. But Joe knows, just like Flynn, it wasn't Kennedy rejecting Flynn. It was Flynn saying, hey, I ain't running for VP. I just got picked up by the president. Boom, there you go. Ramaswamy, you're my VP. Let's roll. Trump never does that with Flynn otherwise. I don't care if the mystery looking at this, hand saying would put in enemy's clothes, baloney. How many people who turned around and saw that was disgusted knowing who Flynn is? And I don't care about keeping your enemies close. You know what I believe? The enemy's close is what stab you in the back. I say you knock their ass out right off. And what did I tell those guys? Don't leave them hanging around. Finish the job.
So in your, see, many believe that Trump is the person who is spearheading the draining of the swamp, the overturning of the deep state.
Who went to jail from the deep? Who went to jail from the deep swamp state? Who went to jail from the swamp? Well, there you go. Nobody went to jail. So what are we going to do? Drain the swamp again? We didn't drain it the first time, which is my reference to my comment to Flynn and the team by leaving loose ends because you didn't drain the swamp. And what happens? We're drowning in the swamp because they didn't drain it. Nobody went to jail. You know who went to jail?
What do you think? How would you?
The poor people who showed up for January 6th, they went to jail. Okay.
Hey, it's a strong argument. Okay. So let me show you this. This is the Q drops, and it speaks to the resignations and the firings. Okay. When he came into office, the DOJ was a lot of people were taken out. The FBI were taken out. McCabe, Comey, Strzok, so many
left.
People.
They were all corrupt left. Everybody left.
Some were fired, and some were fired. Some resigned. And
the institution's corrupt. Nothing changed.
I agree.
Changed.
I agree. Now,
and when they fire them, you know why they fire them or they move them? Because of collateral damage. They don't want you looking at one and coming to the host. That's how they keep things confined and not growing.
Okay.
That's how they do it.
And what would you, when you look at all the resignations that have come across regarding the Congress, regarding CEOs, senators, congressmen, both, don't you look at that? Because
I do. I think they were afraid of the Pandora's box. I'm afraid that they know that investigation's in Congress. Why aren't they coming up with names? Why aren't they making closing? So in other words, each day, those people on that, you're going to start seeing resigning. Did you notice that Sununu, who was clearly going to run for president, not only didn't run for president, wasn't even going to run for governor again. And so he's resigning leaving. So here's somebody else. Now, listen, are they cashing in and they disappear and things get hot? Yes. Are they aware that money laundering network? They do. Do they know that's the way in? They know the way in better than anybody, which is why they built the walls to protect it. So in other words, listen, when you get that information, then you know things are going to change. This thing with P. Diddy, it's important because I know it's blackmail and extortion. I know it is. And did you notice how O'Keefe's being investigated by the feds? All right. Project Veritas reported him. So there's a lot more going on than you think.
Well, let's go to that for a second. Let's go to that for a second, Mike.
Yeah.
I've asked this question. I asked it in a tweet very recently. When P. Diddy's homes were being raided, and I asked specifically if the if the black hats, now I know you don't like the black hat, white hat conversation, but let me just say this. If the deep state, let me put it into your words, right? If the deep state, if the cabal, if these cartels, if all the bad people, if they were still in control, if they were winning, if they were controlling everything, would all the things that we're seeing be exposed? And I'm talking about P. Diddy,
Yes.
and I'm talking about,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
why?
Exactly. Oh, I know why. I've been doing
Okay.
this years. I can tell you why. Contagion, like I've been saying. P. Diddy, term of blackmail and extortion. You notice how he said they had cameras on every room and he had
Yes.
all these elites? You own those elites. So what they did was they went in after the tapes. P. Diddy recorded somebody he shouldn't have. That's what I'm telling you. Somebody big. Somebody like maybe Obama.
So
I heard
people
their
were
buddies.
surprised that people were surprised that the DHS was involved. The Homeland Security was the one that was raiding P. Diddy's house.
Well, that's child trafficking too.
Yes, yes. So that's
Right.
why people thought, that if that's what that is, then that's why DHS is there. Do you think they were collecting that information to keep it from, the public?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Keep it to the. How about this? What have you learned from Maxwell? Did you get anything? Nothing. P. Diddy's the same thing. They come in there and they grab everything and they find out what he has. And you know what? He wouldn't have been raided if they knew what he had. And whatever he has in particularly, they're getting. They did the same thing to Epstein. Remember Epstein's safe and all the tapes that we never saw? The FBI.
Well, that's the FBI, and the FBI is being completely exposed through the Hunter Biden, through the Anthony Weiner, through the Frazzle Drip life insurance policy, through the email, the Gmail account that Hillary had, all the 33,000 emails, all of this. And by the way, Q has talked about all of it and exposed it even before it happened. And so one of the things I want to ask you is that if this was like if you will, a deep state operation, why would they do it so publicly? Like, why wouldn't they? Because here's the thing. If the public, hold on, if the public knows that there's cameras in P. Diddy's house and we know that that's being used as a honeypot, right, of blackmail. Q talks about this extensively, by the way, okay, and how this whole operation runs. And so if we already, the public knows that, and now we see the DHS going in there and grabbing everything, now we're expecting the DHS to release that. Why wouldn't they do that covertly? That's my question.
Well, one, if they're going to go out and get P. Diddy, and they got to get him so it makes the news and it looks like they're doing their job. They love these big names, right? But then all of a sudden the investigation dies off. You don't hear all the evidence. You don't know really. You see he's an entertainer. You even see he's videotaping. But they're never going to tell you who. You're never going to see the tape. That's what happened to Epstein. As soon as they had Epstein's tapes, that's when they killed Epstein. It's called a kill switch.
Well, now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. I think that Epstein is still alive because here's the thing about Epstein. Here's the thing about a kill switch.
I think Epstein's dead. Okay.
All right. Now here's why I think he's not. And I went live the morning that news broke. I went live and I said, there's no way that he's dead. And here's why. And I said, if he's dead, what you're going to be seeing in the coming days is his kill switch. Okay. His kill switch was never released. What's that?
They got the kill switch from Maxwell. That's what saved her life. Bill Shaheen was her attorney. That's why she's still here. That's why she's still here. They got his kill switch.
You think his kill switch was what you think his kill switch was Ghislaine? That would be like Batman giving Robin his kill switch.
No, that wasn't his kill switch. His kill the FBI broke into one of his offices, went into his safes, and they got all his tapes, all of his tapes of those politicians, those actors, and took them all. I've seen the pictures of the tapes. The FBI released the pictures of the boxes of the tapes, but we never got anything from those.
Yep, we never did. We never did.
And my opinion,
and a lot of people were very frustrated. Say again?
My opinion is this. Why he's dead? Because dead man tells no tales. That guy knew too much. They turned around and smoked him. How about this? Any of those guys that said dead and they're not dead and they show up somewhere? Anybody see Elvis? Right. This guy's dead because you know what? What he knew, he had to die. Once they found that, I knew right there. I go, if that's his kill switch, he's dead. Bang, gone. And this thing with Maxwell and Shaheen, we're in that right now. With that evidence with Shaheen involved with Maxwell, Shaheen's on the settlement. Shaheen represented the cartel. So when you want to...
He's on your settlement. Shaheen was on your settlement.
Yes. And he was Maxwell's lawyer. And he represented the cartel that I lost. Conflict. He wants to pay me $50. See? It was all corrupt. That's why... when they go through the courts, they make it look like it's legitimate. Oh, well, they went to court. You must be guilty. You were found guilty. Is Trump guilty?
Here's the thing. I know you're not convinced about my evidence, and I told you I can't really do it justice of Hillary and Huma and that whole thing. So I want another shot at that with you, but not now. No, because it's not that important. But I want another shot with you regarding your evidence of Michael Flynn being involved in J6, because even with the pieces that you showed me and the communication that you were having, okay, I'm still finding I haven't seen enough to take. Now hold on. Okay.
Well, how about this? You only looked at a few. I can have a bunch, and you see, you can see the communications. Why did he call me? And listen, we got witnesses. We've got those people talking to me. And the thing let's bring in Charles Flynn. Let's bring them all. You know, I've got text messages that turned around and said that they came here because of that. Santelli calls me that he weaponized. I posted those communications. They all came from Flynn. They know who I was. And you know something? You see this PPN? I could have run the whole show. They offered me the job. Everybody. Right. Get your money back.
And this was the organization that fired Michelle as well. Yes.
The reason why Michelle got fired, I turned down the job. Michelle was working with me and giving me a platform to put it out there. The minute I turned around and turned the job down, they fired Michelle Moore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. She got taken out by Flynn. And for giving
D-Boom Sand says, did you open that last link? It should go right to the page that Box 11 says the FBI was delivered a copy of the $50 million settlement. Now, does that make sense to you? Okay.
Well, the FBI, well, not the FBI, but the DOJ that you read that asked for the settlement. Flynn asked for the settlement. The DOJ, Lullen, asked for the settlement too. Seems like it might just be a door to the Pandora's box.
Why do you think they asked for?
Why you want to pay me $50 million?
Why did they ask for the settlement, do you think?
Because it led into the Pandora's box. It was their laundering network. I turned around when they offered me $50 million. You know what I said to myself? What are they hiding? What's worth $50 million? Now, I thought it was money laundering, but I wasn't sure. But when they put the settlement agreement together and I looked at the names, the IRS, the banking department, Department of Revenue, everything that audits, I go, it's money laundering. Well, think about it. Now, are you ready? This is how I come at it. Morris Mahoney, the law firm that misrepresented me, right? A multi-billion-dollar law firm committed egregious fraud. In fact, their names are on the settlement. Liberty Mutual, they're pretty big, right? Kind of national. They committed fraud. They covered these. So who was paying me $50 million, and for what? Liberty Mutual, Morris Mahoney. So what was worth $50 million? And then I came to me, what's worth $50 million? The names on the releases are got to be what's worth $50 million. So who are they? Bill Shaheen, Hillary, IRS. I go, it's the laundering network. And then it hit me. I took it back and I go, and then what did I do? I took it to the feds. What did they do? Block me. I took it to the DOJ, block me. And then Flynn wanted it. Epoch Times wanted it. Stephen Gregory. They all knew. But I tried to give it to them. But I'm telling you, the feds know, the DOJ knows. If we open that up, that exposure, that's what Trump is threatening him with. When Trump says, I'll open
so why doesn't
you want
he
that Pandora box closed? You want it sealed. You don't want it open. That's what he's referring to. Their money.
So why in this particular situation if Trump has Pandora's box, why does he not have the upper hand over the people that are trying to take him out?
Well, don't forget, that doesn't rule out that they could still put him in jail for 20 years. They still own the courts. We still got to get the people.
My point is, well, now, hold on. So if he has,
it's leverage to get him free.
Okay, so if he's
what I would tell you is the opposite, Dave. Ready? How does Trump take a walk from the courts? He's got no immunity. Even if he's president, he wins. He doesn't walk away from the courts. Tell me how he does it. He's looking at 20 years from the insurrection on the D.C. case with Jack Smith. How do you do it? How about this? How we've done so far in all these other cases? Really? Winning anything or losing everything? So you tell me.
I don't think this game is over, Mike. When you say he's losing everything, I don't think it's over. And I do think.
Really? Well, wait a minute.
Okay.
He was found guilty, right? On the $83 million, that's going to appeal.
Jean Carroll, yeah, going to appeal.
Yeah, you lose that appeal. I mean, the appeals. You don't think the appeals court are the same courts? Now you've got 500,000 there. Do you know this month he's in for a criminal case in New York? I could go to jail. Now the D.C. court, who puts everybody in jail, already said he doesn't have immunity. Already the appeals court says he has an immunity. And the Supreme Court goes, go ahead, take a shot. Now you tell me. Now, between losing your life's work, everything, they're threatening to murder him. Assassination.
Well, they've tried to do that.
They're going to put him in a cage at the end of his life, which is a death sentence. So you tell me, can a person be leveraged under those circumstances? No, I don't. How about this? You may
the
think
Pandora's box, Mike, is his kill switch. If he goes,
that's his out. Listen, that's his out switch. The Pandora box doesn't get him out of the courts. The Pandora box makes the people aware who these people are. And I'm saying the outrage of the American people will supersede these courts because they'll know how the level of corruption and what they're doing to him. Now, is it a roll of the dice? It is. Is it the role that I took? I did, and here I am, homeless, okay? But it's still the role and the chance. Now, does Trump take that role? I'm telling you, last night told me he'd not. Now, I'm not making a judgment. I'm not.
You're talking about the anointing of Flynn, and that told you what exactly?
I already saw it coming, and I told you saw it coming.
You predicted it. You predicted that.
And no, I did, because nobody has given us a reasonable explanation how he gets out of courts. You don't think Flynn played those numbers? Of course he did. He knew he was going to be in trouble in the court. He was in there running this operation, taking this money up, really building his own network, his own media network, building those buses, and all under the skies he was representing Trump. And it wasn't. None of it was. Flynn is a Fed, and Trump is being leveraged by the FBI and the DOJ, the Feds. He is in a Fed sandwich. That's what you're seeing. And what you're like, and you can't trust people.
And with Pandora's box, how is it that he does not have? Why do you think he has to take a deal when he's got Pandora's box?
Because Pandora's
box is.
Because Pandora's box doesn't take him out of jail. He's still dangerous.
But these are the people that are putting him in jail. He's got evidence against these people putting him in jail. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yes, it does. I'm with you. That was number 4. What you don't understand is you think that these people just let you do that. Every time you mention Pandora's box, would they come back with saying assassination? You think these guys are playing? You think these guys let you open that box and kill them and they weren't going to kill you?
Why do you think Trump is still alive? Don't you think killing him would be much easier than dragging him through the courts and?
Well, let's think about it. I'm not saying they're still not trying it. I'm saying it is on the table. I called it on the table. And let's go back to Raiklen, Flynn's right-hand man on the Alex Jones show. Those two pinheads were giddy about Trump being murdered.
Yes.
Excuse me. So think about this. In fact, it would be good if he was killed. So they just told every lunatic out there, right? Thinking, hey, if I shoot Trump, I'd be doing a good thing. That came from Flynn. That was Raiklen. That was Jones. You don't think they're backing Flynn? Who did they say would be a better choice? Flynn. And now here we are. Flynn's walking around, quacking like a duck, walking like a duck. He's a duck. Where's the path? Is there some other path that I don't know other than Trump? Is there somebody else in trouble? No.
Okay. So here's where I'm not grokking with what you're saying. Okay. You claim the Pandora's box has everything. It exposes all the money laundering, all the corrupt, the judges, the Congress,
the money laundering network finds their money and will incriminate anybody it puts in here. Now, if you're a judge, you're a senator, you're a governor, or you're an ex-president, it incriminates that. That's exactly what I'm saying and only saying. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
So what does it work?
Okay, well, so this is huge. Like the Pandora's box is huge. Like it can take down the whole system. Okay, Trump has that, right?
Well,
you're saying that he's using.
Wait a minute. Trump has it enough to leverage. Trump needs me. I'm the one. My name's on every piece of evidence, all of it. He needs me, which is why I'm still alive, by the way, if anybody's wondering. But that's why. Now
if Trump is able to protect. So if Trump is able to protect you, what makes you think he's not able to protect himself?
He is. Why do you think he's still alive? You don't think they would have killed him?
That's what I'm saying to you. But yet you say, hold on. But yet you say that assassination is still a possibility here. I'm saying it's always a possibility, but it's also
that's it. It's a possibility. Do they want to?
Yes, but it's a possibility. But what I'm saying is,
did Flynn not tell you? Did Flynn not come out and say they were worried about assassination? Laura Lomer, Vanderfield. Okay, so what am I saying that they're not saying? Okay, so they're
nothing.
But they're really threatening him on it.
But if we're talking about Q, and we're talking about that's where I go to, because here's the thing, Mike, that you should understand about Q. Q has kept me from going the way of most of these truthers who have lost credibility with every passing day. Hold on. With every passing day, Q has helped me retain my credibility because Q said no outside comms. Q said operators never divulge. So all these people that are pretending to have a link to Q or pretending to be Q or what have you, they've all lost credibility. But the other thing too is that they have told us that Trump is 100% insulated. Now that specifically, by the way, hold on. That specifically,
you don't know who they are. He's insulated.
But here's the thing, Mike. They also told us that Trump was going to get thrown off Twitter 3 years before it happened. Okay.
Well,
They
guess
told us
what?
who Peter.
How
Hold
about
on.
this? They didn't tell you about January 6th, and they
Okay,
told you
you
about
can,
Twitter years ago. Really? Did they tell
Mike.
you how to win the game?
Mike,
Right?
they
I
didn't.
didn't hear any of that.
Hold on. Q
And a
didn't
lot of
also.
these,
Hold
a
on.
lot
Hold
of
on.
these
Hold on. Hold
people,
on. Mike. They also didn't tell me that it was going to rain yesterday. Okay. They didn't tell us a lot of things. And partly, okay, could be. Now, when I say Trump is 100% insulated,
partly could be. That's not definite and direct answers. Want me to tell
I'll
you
give
something?
you I'll give you a
Nobody's
definite direct. I'll give you a
100%
definite and direct.
insulated. No, how about
I'll
this?
give you a definite direct.
Nobody's
POTUS,
100% insulated. Nobody.
hold on. Are you telling
Anybody
me,
can be murdered in this world.
okay, then why hasn't he been?
Because wait a minute. If you're going to ask the question, I'll give you the answer. Because he is taking those precautions. He is protecting himself, right?
Exactly.
And listen, Flynn's people are still threatening them. He's been turning around and saying assassination. What, are we going to wait for one to happen?
No, but I'm saying that this is the reason.
Insulated. Trump's protected. Hey, listen, he's not insulated from a lawsuit. He's not insulated from going to jail. Hey, what did Q's talking about all these lawsuits? Can you tell me what's going to happen in the DC court? Can Q tell me that? Now that would be telling me something. I might just turn into a Q. What's going to happen with the DC court? How does Trump get out of that? Just answer me that one thing.
Q exposes the DOJ time and time again, and that's exactly what's happening.
DOJ now, bad, good. Now, how do you beat them? That's how you talk about it. How do you beat them? Oh, it's bad. Did Q talk about the?
How are you going to, Mike? How are you going to beat him? What's your solution here? What's your solution?
My solution is that Trump does open that box. Now, Trump is still at risk. So am I. So I'm at risk right now. We take the chance and we roll it. Have the guts to open the box and say, hey.
So your solution is Trump. Your solution is Trump.
My solution first was Trump. I hope Trump to do this. I worked with Trump for 9 years now, documented. Now, if
do you understand that Trump? Do you understand that Trump is a part of Q? Do you understand he's Q plus? And you're trying to dismiss it?
No, I don't understand that. I don't.
Okay, well, I can flat out tell you that he is not only.
Well, then show me evidence and proof, and then I'll believe you, because I'm that guy. And
I still haven't seen proof that Flynn was responsible for J6.
You've seen him call me. How about this? Ready?
He called you. Let's go.
Why did he reach out to me from the Oval Office? Why does he want to talk to me? Can you answer me that?
Tell me about Pandora's box. Yeah.
So you believe Flynn reached out for the Pandora's box? Now, why did Flynn want the Pandora's box then? Go on, let's go.
Because it would have the same leverage as what Trump has.
What
it would have the leverage.
No, Trump had no leverage. Trump didn't have it. So Flynn wants the Pandora Papers. He's calling me from the Oval Office in with Trump that we know December 8th. Right. So why did Flynn reach out to me from the Oval Office at that time on my burner phone and want my help? Now, tell me how that happened and why.
You tell me. You were there.
Wait a minute. I'm asking you a question. I'm giving you hypotheses. I want your educated guess. Why
that they wanted what you had. They wanted yes.
The Pandora's box. Why did he want it? Why did he want it? Why did Flynn want it?
Now he's calling from the Oval Office. So do you think?
Let's play. Wait a minute. Let's play this. Why did Flynn want my evidence? Why did Flynn want me from the Oval Office in the middle of this insurrection plan? Why did Flynn reach out to me?
And okay. If he's with Trump, he's trying to, he's in the Oval Office. So he's next to Trump, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if he's with Trump and he's doing it for Trump, it's to get the Pandora's box so that they have the leverage over the deep state.
Right. But no,
if he's not with Trump. Okay.
If he's not with Trump, go ahead, finish that. I'm sorry.
If he's not with Trump, then he's getting it so that he can finish the job against Trump and have that leverage over, and not have Trump get it where he would give Trump the leverage.
There you go. Well, okay, that's pretty good. Right. So in other words, he got it so Trump wouldn't get it. That's why that time. That's why that place. And why me? If I didn't have something that could be what I said it was, you wouldn't be reaching out to me. Now,
so Mike, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
We're talking about implicating Flynn.
Going that scenario.
You're saying he was
going down that scenario. Are you making the assumption that Flynn would? Okay, so you're saying that Flynn was doing it for his own benefit, not doing it for Trump, right?
And that's what happened. And that's what happened every day for 3 weeks, all the way to the 7th or 8th. Right. And you know something? Do you know that phone call we talked about when Nino was listening with Juan? Juan said he never gave it to Trump. All right? Juan said
he never gave
Flynn never gave the evidence to Trump. He also said Flynn is the Fed. Nino heard that. And about the assassination and talking to the lawyers, 2 of which that Nino did video podcasts on. All right? So they did do it. And they did know it. And they know that Flynn did. And you know something? Kerry Cassidy said that Flynn didn't give the evidence to Trump. His own network said they didn't give the evidence to Trump. His own people told me not to.
Say that again.
I'm telling you, his own people told me not to.
His own people told you not to what?
Give it to Trump.
But to give it to Flynn. And that is huge. That is huge.
And
that is huge.
Case.
And that is why, folks, Mike believes and others believe, like Ariel on X, that Flynn is not a white hat and is not in the camp of Trump. Now, what's very interesting, though, is that this anointing, which you predicted, okay, which Ariel probably could have predicted too, because, you know, tracking all these other people that Trump said nice things about, whether it was in an interview or whether it was to them or at a speech, it was like bringing them out into the light so that we could see them and they could be exposed. And that's basically how do I say it? You come to this.
The good in it is that they became obvious. They became Trump on the size of it became the attention of it. So now that you're seeing it, I hope you remember what you're seeing, the corruption that you're seeing, how bold it is. So in other words, there's an education going on. We're in a moment in history like no other. But that's
I agree.
Why it's so important.
I agree. What we're seeing is, I believe, that everything's coming to light, dark to light. When things are put out into the light, the people are able to see it. The people are able, and this is why I'm having this conversation with you, is to try to bring more substance into the light, okay? And what you have, whether somebody agrees with you or thinks you're a blowhard or thinks that you're out of your mind, okay? Which, by the way, one of the major reasons and one of the major ways in which people, discredit another, oh, Mike's crazy. Oh, Mike Gill,
Can I
he's
tell you this,
crazy.
though? Can
Don't
I tell
listen
you
to
this?
them.
Mike Gill's crazy, right? I only
Yeah.
built the largest volume mortgage brokerage from a one-bedroom apartment, became the
Yeah,
best
you're crazy like a
handicapper
fox.
the best handicapper in the world, world champion of racing. You know what? 10 times in the world, the most races and the money one was done 10 times in the history of the world. I've done them 4 times of that 10.
That's amazing.
Okay?
That's amazing.
So when they say Mike Gill's crazy, you know what's easy crazy? I'll tell you, explain it to you, right? If they can turn around and dispute what you're saying with logic and evidence, they tell you that. When you got them, they go, he's crazy. And they generally do give you a little, and they give you a little smile like, you're crazy. That means you got it. And if they had a logical explanation, you'd have gotten that instead of you're crazy.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it better myself. You have enough substance. Okay. You have enough evidence. You have a track record of success, like really brilliant success. Like, oh yeah, he raced horses. No, I'm sorry. It goes way beyond that. It's like saying that Michael Jordan, yeah, he made some baskets. Okay. Or with your mortgage company. Oh yeah, he had a mortgage business. No, that's like saying that, you know, Wayne Gretzky used to like to play hockey. Okay, no, you became the best at what you did in 2 different major high competition level events. Okay, horse racing and business with the mortgage business. Okay, huge. And what did you do with those platforms but try to expose the corruption that you found within? Okay. And in that exposure of these people and these mechanisms that were set up to keep the status quo going along as it has been, they attack you and take your money and threaten your children and threaten your life, et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't care if you think Mike is crazy. I don't care what you think about him. If you're not listening at least to the things that he knows to be true and has evidence to back up, I think you're doing yourself a great disservice, because this is not only has he proven that he should have a voice in this revolution, but he also has a strategy in this revolution. Now, the thing that we differ on, and I don't think we differ that much, okay? But the thing that we do differ on is I believe that we're going to come out of this, okay? I believe that all the things that we're seeing are a show to expose the true nature of the world that we live in such a way that we can now awaken and not allow that to continue beyond now. And the thing that I follow with Q and Q plus, and that's Trump. If you're a Trump guy without being a Q guy, you're missing a little piece of the puzzle, whether or not they told us about J6 or not.
But I can tell you this: I'm his life jacket today. So if I might be missing something on Trump, he's wearing my life jacket. But go ahead and listen. So far, you're doing good. We're on the same page.
Yeah. So, but you think that the strategy to take this whole system down involves Donald John Trump? Yes.
Of one strategy that I would prefer involve Donald Trump. Now, the other strategy involves the people. Is not to pick one person or any person again, for us to stand up together and drive this home. Force the Department of Justice, force the IRS. If we can get a law firm to take $50 million, let's put in a lawsuit and open up the IRS and the Treasury. You know who that brings in? That brings in the Department of Justice, Lullen. You know what else also brings in as a witness? James O'Keefe. That'd be interesting under oath, wouldn't it?
You want to speak to James O'Keefe?
What?
Do you want to speak to James O'Keefe? By the way, Q told us that that Alex Jones was Mossad. Q told us that.
Well, so is O'Keefe.
That's
They're
what you
paid by
said
the
earlier.
same people. Roberge, Shillman, check. What did they do?
Who are these
Take
people?
pictures.
Who are these names that you just mentioned, please?
The family that owns Sears and Roebuck, Roberge, I think they're one, and
Okay.
Shillman. Shillman is a big Israeli donor to certain causes, and it just so happens to be Project Ver was James O'Keefe and Alex Jones.
And what you're saying about O'Keefe, for example, is that he has information that instead of exposing it to us, he is using it as leverage, as possible blackmail, etc. Is that
Exactly
what you're saying?
correct. And
Okay.
exactly correct. That's O'Keefe. It's not what you're seeing. What, a 60-year-old woman voted twice? That's what the thing in New Hampshire when he had a drug cartel. He didn't give you that. See, but that was the thing. That was the thing with O'Keefe. That's how they're doing it. They take in your donations, make it look like they're doing something, and then give you nothing. Now, ready? Justin Leslie. I don't know if you know him, Dave. In fact, he's somebody you want to talk to, and I can arrange that. Now, Justin Leslie was the whistleblower from Pfizer. He was a young scientist who turned around and turned the evidence over to Project Veritas and O'Keefe. It was giant and about how the treatments and how they were lying to the public, huge. And guess what? It went to legal. They didn't do anything about it. And then and O'Keefe gets to blackmail and use it, and Pfizer you never know about it. And you know what he did? He did the same thing with me. Take the evidence, go to the Pandora's box, get it from them, give them the cartel, then turn around and have them squeeze for a deal. I screwed them up by putting the cartel's faces on signs across 3 states, which became a problem for O'Keefe. He was afraid he was going to get snuffed. And you want to turn around and see 2 people scared? O'Keefe and Day. You know, my father told me. My father was an old soldier. He turns around and he said, never share a foxhole with a coward. And it instantly said to me, I go, this is not going to be good. Oh, and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. And he was a boxer too, yeah?
Who? My dad.
Your father.
Oh, my dad was a Philadelphia boxer. Yeah. So I had a mother who was a catechism teacher in the town of Salem, would teach CCD. You know, she was stricken by polio, so she was handicapped. My father was 6'4", looked just like Clint Eastwood. Right. Same side, the whole thing. And he'd punch you in the face if you looked at him wrong. But, you know what? He would put
sounds
me
like Philadelphia. Sounds like Philadelphia.
My father was convinced that it's not punching you in the face if it's an open hand. It's a slap. You ever been slapped going 100? So that's how I learned to box. Right. But my father was a fighter. But you don't want to tell you something?
Yeah.
When my mother had cancer and she was dying, you have never seen anybody braver. Her bravery came from her faith. My mother was braver than my father.
Wow.
And I think I get my strength from both of them. And I think we figure out as we get older, things start to make sense to us of who and what we are. I was that kid in the playground that would protect the little kids because I was a big kid. You know what they used to call? Oh, geez, I almost hate saying this here. They used to call me as a kid McGilla Gorilla. Yeah. Because I was 6 feet tall at 12 years old, strong as a horse. But McGilla Gorilla. But it became what I did. And I think it was because my mother's handicap and how people made fun. So I was always kind of protected that way. And I think I just evolved into that person. And I can't watch even Q people and these people who take advantage of you. I read the text messages of people losing their houses and their homes and they're catching in their IRAs. And they're doing it on investments on people who don't know what they're doing. To me, it's obscene. When you turn around and say, how do I act like this? I look around and say, how don't you?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's one of the things that's come into light, Mike, and that is the people that are abusing this war.
taking advantage of it.
Yeah. And not taking it seriously either. And that's why, and I understand.
Thieves.
Say again.
They're serious thieves. They're taking, this is business for them, and it's misdirection. These are the feds. There's people in here that I'm certain that the feds bagged, for Ponzi schemes or something, grifting, and hired them. You got criminals in this network.
Well,
and they're good at what they do.
Mike, where can people find you on X? I'm going to post that now. Actually, I've got it already. So let me pull that up so that people have that, can find you. This is again, I mentioned this as part one, and I'm happy to, by the way, to continue with you here a little bit longer if you'd like.
Not true.
And
we've been talking. Ready? 4 and the 3. We've been talking. You told me the record was 6 hours, and when he said it, I got a little faint because it had already been a couple. But we're working on the 7th hour of talking, so we're looking at a record.
No, my record is actually 8 hours.
Oh,
it's just over 8 hours. Oh. That's my record. Well, so we got to keep going, man. You're not going to get the. You got to go. I know you're a competitor. You got to go for number 1, man. You got to go for the record here.
How about this? All right. Well, you know what? We'll do part 2 and 3 and 4, and we'll break it down to the evidence. We'll prepare for doing that on those subjects, and we can itemize and go through it all, because I want you people to see it this way too. I'm not asking you to believe me, but I'm going to ask you to watch the evidence and let's look through it together, and you'll see it. And I'm in it. But man, I don't think I've talked to a human being in a few years this long.
Well, I tell you, we had the conversation before the show, so much so that we had to push it back a little bit. And so I thank everybody for the patience on that. But it was such a valuable conversation, and I will say this, that there's absolutely, and everybody experienced it here, there are absolutely points in our conversation that we absolutely did not agree, and we saw things very differently. But it's an important conversation to have. Like, those are the most important conversations to have. And by the way, this isn't a conversation between, a couple people that are just casually doing this. Mike and I have sacrificed a great deal in this fight, between, the death threats against his family, against him, against the $250 million libel lawsuit that was handed down, by the way. If you guys want to say, oh yeah, the legal system in New Hampshire, I'm sure that that Gill is guilty for that. Folks, you're seeing the DOJ, you're seeing the legal system, you're seeing the release, these Soros-owned AGs, DAs that are just letting criminals back out on the street. And if you can't pick and choose, okay, either the whole corrupt, diseased system has to fall, okay, but you can't pick and choose because you don't like Mike and because they found him guilty of libel. And now he's libeling, maybe doing that to Michael Flynn.
How about this? Libel, they are the cartel. They've been arrested over a dozen times. We had 106 witnesses arresting state troopers in evidence. They turned around and controlled the court. They were offering me settlements from in the courtroom. Steve Gordon, and we got it on video, put his hand on my shoulder. I straightened up, put their effing hand off my shoulder. That's on tape. And they were trying to have me settle. They didn't want to take my stuff. They didn't want to fight with me either. My kids weren't on drugs. Yours were. They weren't taking my house. They were taking yours.
Right.
I didn't stand up for me. I'm the guy you don't fight with. Right?
Yeah.
I was standing up for the elderly that was losing their homes, the kids that were kidding. And I put up these cartels. You've seen me go to the DEA, create the largest seizure of fentanyl in history, filled an 80,000-pound capacity tractor trailer. Nobody went to jail. You know, that evidence was the same evidence in the courtroom against the cartel. We filled a tractor trailer, but they wouldn't admit it.
Where was that? Where did that take place? In New Hampshire? The seizure of that fentanyl?
Bedford,
and what year was that? What year was that?
2016.
Okay. 2016.
And it was on Fox, and the DEA came, the largest seizure in history. The DEA, Jack Riley, called New Hampshire ground zero in the country. And let's think about what that means. Do you know who's got the worst drug problem in the world? That'd be the United States. Canada second. So guess what?
So in 2016,
we're the worst place in the world in 2016. And you can Google it, and I have videos on it. Full of it with one video. Another video, Gill delivers evidence to the DEA again. You see me go to the DEA. You see me fight with the agent. He gets the evidence. Yep. Presto, you see a big tractor trailer full of fentanyl. And you know what I gave them? I gave them 2 factories that were manufacturing fentanyl here. You know what the big lie is with China and fentanyl? They manufacture it here. I gave them a manufacturing plant just outside of Boston. That's the big lie. You know why?
And nothing happened. Nothing happened to that. And nothing happened to that.
It was an evidence dump. It was an evidence dump because I called them out and I had it on video. I got to tell you, catching these guys on video is a real tool. Is a real tool. You put that camera down, they'll kill you. Put the camera up, they're smiling, and I ain't kidding. So, and I took the camera, which is why I have all these videos.
Mike, I think that, by the way, do you have any a donation link that anybody can help you out, or
I can tell you this. I don't have any links or any donation stuff, but people who have helped me has contacted Michelle Moore, and Michelle will talk to them. And if they send Michelle something, Michelle sends it to me. See, I got to be careful with addresses sometimes.
Yeah, because I just wanted to say, folks, if you want to send a donation to Mike, you can send it through my information here, and I will make sure that Mike gets it. And the thing about this too, Mike, that I've been saying for quite some time is that we need to really pay attention to the people that are giving away their information for free. Okay, we're literally in a foxhole of a war, and we're not holding anything back. And every single one of my shows for the last 5 years has been free. And because from the get-go, I understood the significance of this operation and this war that we are currently engaged in. And it's not. I came from the
same theory. I came to the same theory when I said I was a rich guy, but I said I'm not taking money. I didn't take money to this last summer, and I was literally dying. And I had a little donation, and then when I had a little, I stopped and didn't take any more. I don't want you to think, and what Dave is saying is the importance of you believing us was more important than taking money. So at that point, listen, it's a lot easier to have money. But by turning around, and when I didn't take any money, I didn't want to give anybody any motive that what I was doing was to get money. I had money, and instead I gave you money. I paid their expenses. I paid for their lawyers and their paralegals and the video. And you've seen those videos. I wasn't going in there for me. And I was going into family court. That's another show we should do one day. But about the child trafficking and how child trafficking is tied into the family court and how these judges are paid to take your children. Do you know the bailiff gets paid? The lawyers get paid. It's called Title 4D money.
Yeah, my one of the Snedheads, which is my audience lovingly refers to themselves as Snedheads, she does some amazing work with CPS and has saved over 100 families from CPS because of the absolute corruption, and so she's doing some great work. This is some incredible stuff that she's doing, and the awareness. And this was my criticism of Sound of Freedom. This isn't a problem in Colombia. only. This is a problem here. And by putting it way over in Colombia, it's almost like it's not here. And to not name the actual corporations, the charities that are doing it, I felt did a grave disservice to this movement. Because one thing that Q gets dialed in, Clinton Foundation, Haiti, the all of the border, the Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, before they capitulated and took out, the bad players there that were involved in Twitter and were involved in other organizations that supported this deep state. You think that the answer to this is Trump, and
Trump could have been an answer, but I'm saying the answer is the people. It's us. It's to force these issues. It's to make them aware.
I agree. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Let me rephrase that. You think that the best solution right now is Trump and the people, right?
Yes.
Like all of us.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, Q has the same belief, by the way. Okay?
And I'm trying to have it happen. And I'm only telling you what I see. And I understand.
Yeah.
And listen, I have inside information as far as the negotiations, because I was dealing with their lawyers. You've heard their lawyers on airs refer to me and speaking to me. I didn't tell them. They spoke out of school, and I told you that that's true. So when I knew the negotiations, I was talking to the people who were in the room. And listen, it's not the things that I want. Me and Dave just said, this is what I want. Yes, that's it. But I'm just not prepared to quit if anything happens that derails us that looks like it might. And I got to tell you, we're not going to have to wait long. This thing's happened rapidly. And what I would tell you is, you want to know the truth? Keep your eyeballs on Flynn. If Flynn's looking like he's still running for president, he's running for president. You see a path? There's only one now. So you know what he's going to do.
And that's with Trump out of the race, whether it be, God forbid, an assassination or jail, prison.
For whatever reason. Or he turns around and cuts a deal and turns around and agrees not to run. Now, you may not know that. In fact, you won't. If all of a sudden you comes up with a medical heart attack, that's why he can't run. Now,
I think
that sounds out there, right?
I want to say
we don't have to wait long.
I want to say this too, that when Trump got elected, and which wasn't supposed to happen, but they didn't have the fix in at the level. He won in a landslide against Hillary Clinton. They didn't have the fix in. That's why they had to bring out CV-19 and the mail-in ballots and that whole thing, right?
Oh, I agree with you.
And that's, by the way, that So this was their plan all along. But when Trump did win the election in 2016, I said he is going to come, and I said this multiple times, he is going to come through with everything that he said he's going to do, which he didn't. He didn't lock Hillary up that we know of, by the way.
I was supposed to go to the White House 3 days after.
Yeah, what happened?
Good question. Still waiting for an answer.
Okay, all right.
3 days.
But the reason I said that he was going to do everything he said is because if he didn't, by the way, we just went over 5,000 beautiful human beings live on this Saturday night. So I just wanted to thank you all for coming in, tuning in, and listening to my guest, Mike Gill, in the Sned Shed here. I am honored to be talking with him, and even at the times when we don't agree, I am honored to be talking to him. And so he's a voice that we need to hear for no other reason because he's been silenced. But even more importantly, that he does have a lot of actual evidence of the kind of corruption that we are all fighting against, and including the players involved. And so when I said that about Trump, it was because look at his ego, and look at this. He puts his name on everything. And that if he doesn't do what he said he was going to do, the Trump hotels and casinos are going to be worth about as much as a Motel 6.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got a retort.
Okay.
If Trump goes out a martyr, they'll love him. If Trump goes out where they took this and they crucified him here and he's forced out, want me to tell you something? They'll still love him. This guy's a 78-year-old guy. He's going to have maybe health issues, the whole thing. They're going to put it out that these people will forgive Trump. They've seen the abuse that he had. They're not going to think he's a coward. They've seen him in the courts. They've seen what he stood out. They will let him not run under his own situation and the press and the stress that they put him under. They'll forgive him. And then, maybe Trump comes out and becomes Trump again and says the same stuff. Maybe he does help us opening it. All I can tell you now is the situation that he's in, he's got to get out of. And you don't
agree.
trade without giving something up.
I agree, but one of the things that Q said is no deals. No deals.
You know what?
And so when
I'm the guy that says no deals each time. And you know what happens when you say no deals? You wind up in a little hotel room like this. And you know what? I'm good with it. I'll prepare to die and make no deals. My last 2 words is no deal. All right. Now and you know something, Dave? I think you would do it too. With Trump.
I have. What's
Me
that?
too. That's why. But with Trump, and you can understand now. When you make those decisions, that's a hard decision for a wealthy man, for a famous man, for a man that not used to
have more to lose. Well,
and listen, I was a rich guy. I had a lot to lose too. And you know what?
I
left 5 young children that I love more than all that money. I haven't talked to my kids in years and years and 7, 8 years. You know, I got 3 grandchildren. I have never met them. That's
and
the
you
cost.
haven't
That's
because it would put them at risk. Yeah.
They threatened to murder them if I'm showing up. My son, Michael, was having an operation or surgery. I had somebody reach out to see if I could show up and see if he's okay. You know what they said to me? The FBI standing over the visitor's log to make sure if you don't come in. Don't forget, my children are witnesses too. And if they tell me anything, you know what they tell my children? They said, he'll take the money. He'll take the money. Quiet. My kids don't want me here. They don't understand the sacrifice that they had to make. Don't forget, they took those children, my children, their inheritance. They threatened their lives. So when I chose this door to tell you, I put my children at risk. So just so you know that. So when Trump's now in the same situation, what is he going to do? And that's why I was sorry what happened yesterday.
I don't think that what happened yesterday is what you think it was.
And I'm certain it was. And you know what? Between the two of us, time's going to tell who's telling the truth. So if you see Flynn running for president and Trump's not there, what are you going to say? I want you to tell Q that I called it.
I'll tell you what, that I do believe, without question, that our way forward here is with Donald John Trump and the people coming together, and also the reveal of so much more that we don't know. Q says we only see 20% of what's really happening. Okay, 80% is, that we don't see. And if Q created this feeling of lethargy, I would be very critical of Q. But Q has created this wildfire of where we go one, we go all. And if what you say about Flynn is correct, he kind of hijacked it. I mean, I had 2,000 people on live, and we did the oath. We did the oath when Flynn came out and he said that we're going to do this oath, and so if go ahead.
But didn't Flynn deny Q?
He did. He did on X22 with Dave, and he said, and that's by the way, that's when a lot of the anons were like, "Whoa, wait a minute, okay." And by the way, Q has had to deny. Trump has had to deny Q as well. Okay, there are a few people that have denied.
Not the way that Flynn did it. Flynn made it look like a CIA.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
It was a different thing. So when you guys are saying about Flynn and Q, I find it hard to understand, considering he threw you under his bus.
Well, listen, that's why I'm sharing Ariel. That's why I'm challenging my audience to do their homework on Michael Flynn. And I'm not saying that. And if Michael Flynn is a true patriot, then he would not look unkindly upon me or you for challenging an audience to think clearly and do their homework and find as much evidence as they can. Because I tell this to my audience all the time. I said, listen, question everything, including what I'm saying to you right now.
I'll tell you what, try to question Flynn. All right? Question him, see if you get an answer.
Oh, he went off on Dave at X22 about this whole Q thing. He just completely submarined this entire movement, and a lot of people have not even thought twice about following him or supporting him since that time. And he hasn't come out.
The guy who threw you under the bus, the guy who planned January 6th, where people in Q went to prison. So I am targeting the guy who targeted you and then denied you.
Right.
I mean, where am I the enemy? He put you in jail. He hijacked your president. And then he called you a CIA psyop. I didn't call you that. I said, I don't trust them. I don't trust infiltration. And listen, I'm certain everything that was created was with good intention. But I know these guys. I know the feds. You build it, they will come. And they will rot it out from within. And these guys are good, I got to tell you.
So your prediction is, and this is where you and I disagreed on Twitter a while back. Your prediction is that Trump is, okay, now you talked about, but that Trump is going to take a deal.
Trump is going to be forced out under all these circumstances, and they may say it's medical. And Flynn slides into his place. Ramaswamy's the VP. I'm even giving you the VP. That's how it rolls. That's how it rolls.
And if Trump says no deal, then you think that they're going to take him and put him in prison?
Well, they will. Of course they will.
What about the exposure of the DOJ and the two-tier justice system that we've experienced with the J6ers and with the, by the way, we were talking, Mike, real quick, we were talking earlier about, all the FBI showing up at people's homes. Okay.
Yeah.
Only at the precipice will people find the will to change. Q said that, I want to say 10 times. Only at the precipice will people engage, will people find the will to change. Only at the precipice. Everybody's got their precipice. We have a different precipice. You had yours. I had mine. Other people have theirs.
But the precipice of this, the peak of this still might be coming, even though we go in different directions. And I'm not saying that isn't the case. I'm saying the precipice in this is the exposure of what's going on with Trump. And then opening this thing with so this is all that. So I'm not in a disagreement at the peak of this. And that's what I'm saying with the money. Remember, I called it the outrage of it. The first you'll shock. Then you'll follow up with outrage. That is my purpose. Exactly that. That's my hope.
Mhm.
I'd like to bring Trump along and have him do it. I'd just go off into the sunset. I'm good with that. But you know something? We've got to prepare for what happens if that doesn't. And it doesn't look like it will. So I'm prepared to go another direction, but still not quitting, still giving you the evidence. And I think there is an awakening. I hate to use that word because they use it, but I do think there's a time and people are, and this will be traumatic. But the point is, you've got to see through it. So if you can see that this was the move, if all of a sudden Flynn's in that position, becomes president, and all this thing with the FBI and the feds and not knowing how to get out of the court, you don't think there's a negotiation? You know what I am the best at? Negotiating. That's my best talent. Do you know what Trump's best talent is? Negotiating.
Yeah.
Do you know what happens when you're down and dirty and you've got to come up? You use your strength. You go in what you know. You know what Trump knows? Negotiation. And why do you think negotiation is dirty? It's life. It's deals. You ain't liking it. I didn't like it. I didn't take the deal.
Listen, you didn't take the deal. You had a great deal to lose. Okay. I didn't take any deal. I have much, much less to lose. Trump.
It's all important to you.
I don't think. What's that?
I said, wherever you have, what you have is important to you.
Yeah.
And they don't get to steal it.
So I don't think Trump's going to take a deal. And that was where we disagreed, because I don't think it's going to happen.
You know what? I hope you're right. Except for I know you're wrong. But that don't mean I hope you're right. How about this? For my sake, I hope you're right. Think about this. He takes the deal. I'm left with Flynn. Flynn knows what I have. I either take a deal or I'm dead. So listen, I'm rooting the hell out of Trump. I ain't liking door number 2 for myself. And
do you have a kill switch? Do you have a kill switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that still don't mean they won't kill you. 2 months ago, the feds came up with somebody in this hotel was here to murder me. It was in the public a little bit, the FBI. But listen, it ain't fun. I haven't got sun in 2 months. I'm afraid I'm going to go outside. I'm going to explode. But that's my life.
Well,
and I accept the consequences.
I'm sorry to hear that. And it's I'm not laughing at your predicament, but your explosion as you step out into the sun.
Right.
Here's the thing, Mike. I think it is very, very important for us to be hopeful in a very, very common sense and logical manner, not hopium, but not pie in the sky. And I believe between Q and Q plus, they have told us that they have everything, that that this is all a show, that we're what we're experiencing. And this is the show that is to wake up the masses. And I think much of it.
I don't believe that.
I think much of it is controlled. Say again.
What you're doing is seeing a takeover that they have been. Your government was much more corrupt than you understood. And they're closing the door. The digital currency, that's part of it all too. 87,000 IRS agents armed, and they ain't sending you a message, right? Mm-hmm. So this isn't planned. And we got to figure out, how do we get out of here? This isn't going to be easy. So this thing, it's all planned. You get to see them. Listen, the jailer don't care to see it. You can look out the window in jail and see the jailer. You can see him, but you're still in jail. This is going to be the people. And you know what? Q's the people. Everybody's the people. We've got to be waking up. And they're stealing from everybody. They're not drawing lines between races. They sell you that. We're all customers of these corruption. All right. In 15 minutes, you got your record, Dave.
Is that right?
15 minutes. I'll call it 11 o'clock. I say breaking your record is good enough for a day.
What do you think about, would you like to take a few questions
Yes, go
and
ahead.
break that record. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to break it, and then I'm leaving it in 1 minute, broken. So we got to
Okay.
11:01, and I'll answer any questions from anybody.
Okay. So, folks, Snedheads, Patriots, new arrivals. I can see your chat, Facebook, YouTube. Oh, okay. Mr. Sciatica says, Dave, ask him about Patrick Byrne.
He's one of the Flynn's guys. Complete POS. Right. He's all part of that.
Okay. Okay. And how about Mike Lindell?
I've had talk with Mike Lindell. I think Mike Lindell was a decent man in the beginning. But he's a leverage man, and he's been under Flynn's wing, and I think Flynn's been skinning him alive. I mean, there's a lot of them selling my pillows, and Mike Lindell's going broke. I just heard they took his warehouse. Yeah, yesterday.
Really?
He was down to 5 million. Yeah. And I tried to warn Mike and tried to help him. And again, the court, Dominion, Fox. Did you know Dominion and Fox are owned by BlackRock both? I mean, they sued themselves. But the thing with Lindell is, I think Lindell is a leveraged position. His only hope now is Flynn, and he knows it. And I think that was a problem for him.
What are you drinking in that jar? Digital Hawk is asking.
It is Crystal Light lemonade. So don't get crazy. Listen, I don't drink. And if I did, you ought to clear the room just in case you say something nasty.
What do you think about Lynn Wood and how he exposed Flynn with money invested in Pegasus software or spyware?
I would tell you that I want to like Lynn Wood. I really do. And Lynn Wood warned me in particularly about Flynn after the fact. But he mentioned Flynn and he mentioned Powell, that they went to see him first. And he shared some of my stuff. So I'm seeing recently that some people turning on Lynn Wood. Now, I don't know about that. Again, I don't speak of what I don't know about. I'm hoping he's a decent man. But I noticed some people starting to attack Lynn Wood, and I don't know why. But listen, I'm not ruling it out either.
How about Steve Bannon?
A decent man.
Bannon.
Right. I don't know him personally, and we haven't talked personally. But the people that, well, I would tell you this. He took money for a wall that didn't get built. Did you know about that wall? The two people who was partners with are now serving prison time as we speak. He was part of that group.
He was.
So if he's taking money to build a wall, that they kept all the money and there was no intention of the wall, and his two partners are already in prison, I'd say I don't like that. How many of you people, the Q people, put money in to build a wall, gave it to Bannon, and have them steal the money?
Right.
Which seems to be a regular occurrence.
Speaking of Bannon and some of the alternative media, what do you think about what's been happening in Israel and Gaza?
What I would tell you, what's happening in Israel and what's happening in Haiti and what's happening in Ukraine, I'm saying they're not telling us the truth about what's going on. We don't know. Is it money laundering? Is it trafficking? Is it drugs? Is it the corruption? Is it where? There's a lot of things, and we don't know what it is. When you were mentioned in Teardrops, and you were saying about Pelosi, you know, what they might be reference to is that Romney's son, Pelosi's son, somebody else's son, is also working for Burisma.
It was Hines. It was Kerry's stepson.
There was, right, Kerry's son. So we have Hunter Biden and then all four of these.
Yeah.
What do they know about energy? And you know what's a kick of Burisma? It's a gas company, right? They're the Green Deal, right?
Yeah.
They're getting paid from the energy company that they're saying not to use.
What do you think about Why did
I
Trump
can tell
pardon Flynn? Why did Trump pardon Flynn?
first of all, from what I understand, there was other reasons to get rid of Flynn and the pardon. Flynn knew some things that was it. But I'm sure if Trump wouldn't have pardoned him if he knew what would happen with January 6th. I seen something where they didn't get pardoned before. I saw a tape with Roger Stone, and Roger Stone's got a text message to me that I posted with you people. I know what you're doing. Keep going. It's all God's work. Right, Roger Stone. And Roger Stone didn't get immunity, remember? He lost his stuff on Trump. Remember what he called Ivanka Trump? You call my daughter that, I'm going to look for you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So who's that?
So,
I mean,
so
how do you forgive that?
One of the other questions I had about Flynn and Stone was this Manhattan Madam that they've both. Yeah, talk about that if you would.
Oh, my pleasure. Let me tell you how that works. You ready?
Okay.
Blackmail and extortion. We're back again. You know what they do? They hire a prostitution ring. The Manhattan Madam. You know who she's got under her belt that she took out? You ever heard of Elliot Spitzer?
Yes.
Remember the
the
AG from New York that was going to be the favorite for the president? You just looked at the woman who took him out, which might be a good thing. But my point being is blackmail and extortion. They put him in with children. They put him in with prostitutes. They put him in kind of funky situations, take pictures and movies, and you own them. That's who Flynn is. They're even going around with the madam, you know, with the upside down cross, asking for the Christian right for their pocket change.
Huge red flag. And seeing General Flynn being interviewed, and she literally leans over and touches him on the arm and says, no, you don't have to answer that. Right. It's like, who is this woman who's directing a general, you know, in what he says and he didn't listen to her. He went on with answered the question, but that was very, very odd to me. And that always stands out to me. And that, what is that connection and why? Right. And
it's blackmail. Yeah. That's what it is. Blackmail and extortion. Prostitution rings. They love in Boston, right? A couple of months ago, prostitution ring, right? Chinatown. What'd they get? The military, politicians, elite company. Where were they all from? Oh, well, they were China and so forth. You see what I'm saying? They bring people over here. They run prostitution rings and they get evidence.
Here's a question from Texas Girl, 4R17. Why are Eric and Laura Trump part of the Reawaken tour with Flynn?
I have seen pictures of him there. Eric Trump there.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a show now. Well, how about this? Eric Trump's there, right? I watch these awakening tours. Do you hear them talk about Trump? I don't.
It's almost like it's a given. It's almost like
a given. I went to Flynn's account, which Flynn was following me. Do you know, in 3 months, he didn't mention Trump one time? I would tell everybody to go to the Twitter and see it.
3 months.
He was 3 months. Wow. He didn't mention Trump's name.
Wow.
Name.
Wow.
Right.
3 months.
3 months. And now do something else, right? Go to Lindell and look for Flynn and see if that's there.
Here's a question, Mike. Does he like anyone?
Yeah, you slow bastards out there that I got to protect. I like you guys. That's why I got in here. Yeah, you know who else I like? I like courage, like Michelle Moore, right? Yeah. That's what I like. Yeah. Yeah. I like patriots. I like people who fight for other people. Do I like people? I do. You alienated them. You turn around and block me from them. But I fight for the people. You don't have to like me. I'm the guy. Who do you think get picked to do this job? Do I look like, what would this guy look like to you? Right? You don't think courage and going through this doesn't take quite a bit? Ask Mike
Ask
about
Mike
Timothy
about
Charles
Timothy
Holmes.
Charles Homseth, which we spoke about earlier. Timothy Charles
Right.
Homseth.
And what I'm questioning is the person who's asking this has to know about some child trafficking and Brummel.
Mhm.
Why don't they talk to us a little bit? We'll do a show on that. But it's
Yeah,
this, you know what? This
Yeah.
trafficking angle with Flynn is a problem. They know I have witnesses. And I'm
Actual
getting
witness.
probed about some of those witnesses. Yes. Like the guard of Brummel, the security guy. You know who Brummel is? He was only working for Evergreen under Flynn. They turned around and went to Ann Vandersteel's house in Saratoga, Sarasota, Florida to hide. Now you ask yourself that. So you see some of these people that's connected in those phone calls. So I get a little questioning when I see that particular name. But maybe we'll sit down and I'll show you that evidence. I'll show you.
Homseth was with Field McConnell, Abel Danger,
Yeah.
and they promoted and called out Wayne Willett 107 as JFK Jr. And he rode that train for years, including Kid by the Side of the Road, which is a direct ripoff of Little John John saluting his father's casket as it drove by. I am incensed at the absolute audacity of that kind of behavior, and how somehow this is a leader in the truth movement is beyond me, and it shows me how brain dead so many people are, and how far we have to go to wake up.
Well, we agree fully on that.
Yep. Mike, how important do you think Assange outcome is?
You know what?
And what do you think of Assange?
I think Assange was telling the truth. This thing with WikiLeaks and all, even that's a little scary. Do you know that Stone was telling everybody that he was communicating with Assange? And that was really the reason for the Russian investigation. Stone was part of that. And when Assange was questioned about Stone, he said, I never talked to him. He's lying. So,
meanwhile, Stone lied about that, right?
Yeah. So, but that's what started the investigation. So what I would say is that on basis of what they did with him, and they closed him up, where I think he's telling the truth. I don't think the profited in. And you know something? This is a representation of what they do to whistleblowers and what they do to silence him. And look what they did to Seth Rich. You know, they murdered him. And how many people are the Clintons? Listen, they tried to kill me. I'm an arm length away from the Clintons with the Shaheens. I know that that's the case. And you know what? No one will investigate your murder.
And by the way, Q told us who they had assassinate Seth Rich, and it was the MS-13. Two gentlemen, not gentlemen, but two thugs from MS-13, and also that they were actually killed in North Carolina 2 days later. We tracked that whole thing with Seth Rich. I'm very familiar with that, and the download speeds and the whole bit. Texas Girl says Trump calls into the tours. She has been there. So I wonder, what that's all about.
It hadn't been all these months. And what was one tour last year? Something like that. And listen, we're about to find out. And listen, you don't think Flynn's running for president? Then we're all wrong, right? Flynn's not running for president.
What about Robert David Steele? We talked about him earlier as well.
Right. I don't know enough to talk to you about it.
Okay. So I will say that Robert David Steele was Kirsten W., who used to call me daily, and rest her soul. And she sent, I sent around 30 reasons why I don't trust Charlie Ward. And she sent it to Robert David Steele and CC'd me. And he got back to both of us and said, get your heads out of your asses. This guy's only got 5,000 followers on YouTube, and it was M. Seeker of Truth, who did a short film about Charlie Ward, 30 Reasons Why I Don't Trust Charlie Ward. I sent it to David Rodriguez. I sent it around the community. And Steele did a show with Charlie the next day. They were basically just blowing each other, edifying each other. And he said, I know a lot of people are trying to take you down, Charlie, and I just want you to know I got your back. Well, he was talking about me and Kirsten. And she got back to him. She said, don't talk to me that way, old man. And I said, why? Because he's got only 5,000 followers. He's not, valuable information. And so he basically, because they needed Charlie, he and Scott McKay needed Charlie for this tour that they were doing around the U.S. And after that, I was blackballed by that whole group, the whole group. And out of those three that we were communicating, I'm the only one that's still alive. And I hope that remains. I am not suicidal, and I'm not planning on going anywhere ever. Nor is Mike. Correct, Mike? We are not suicidal.
No, we're not suicidal.
Would never do that. So that's my take on Steele. And I believe also once CIA, always CIA. So there's a question about that because he was once CIA. And let's see. And Patrick says M. Seeker was just scratching the surface with Ward. Yeah. I agree. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else. Well, let me ask you this, because we're at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, at the point that I just broke your record, but go ahead.
Way to go, man. Way to go.
Oh, thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
What a record, right? Hey, so my question to you is that what final words would you like to leave with everybody? And I look forward to another conversation with you where we can dig in. This happened very quickly. So I want to say when it comes to receipts, Mike didn't have a chance to get me a lot of the information that he's gotten many other people in interviews. And I also haven't had a chance to be able to do this because we did this very quickly. Crash made this happen as of yesterday. I'm grateful again for her. Thank you. And so I look forward to getting more in depth with you into the actual nitty gritty because I know you have it, and I know it's important.
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I'm good with
great.
that. I like that because you know what? I want the people to see it and understand it. We'll break through the evidence. We'll show you what this means, what this means, what's this is. Now, listen, the evidence that we did wasn't a lot, but those 2 pages from the Department of Justice that goes to the Attorney General of the United States, that's big. Those text message communications with Flint from the Oval, that's big.
Yep.
Those are big. 50 million settlement? I don't know. They don't pay you 50 million for being wrong. So we didn't have a lot. What we did have, well, might just make history. But I'm with you with the rest. And what I'd like to tell people is, again, listen, we got bad guys to fight and ain't want each other. If we going in different paths, if you win, I'll be the guy cheering the loudest. If I win, I'll be the guy going, I told you so. I'm still that guy. but we both win. I'm on your team. When I fight with these guys, It's from ripping you off. So
you made a great point. You are going after the people that are ripping us off and lying to us. And that's why we find so much common ground here. Folks, if you'd like to donate to me, please do so. If you'd like to donate and say, this is for Mike, please share with Mike. Please do that. I will make sure he gets it. As a matter of fact, I will share all that earned this evening by your donations with Mike. And so because he's a big part of this evening, this conversation we had. So so that will be a guarantee right there. And I'd like to thank all 5,000 plus of you who have showed up, and for those of you who are watching this later that weren't able to watch it live, please consider supporting us. And again, both Mike and I have never charged a dime for any of the information that we've shared, and or any of the hours, any of the research, any of the booms that we've dropped. Never charged for it. Never put it behind a paywall. You know, never got you into a gold and silver IRA that took 40% of your savings. Folks, there is a difference, and I hope that you see that in your choice of who to pay attention to. And again, don't just take what we've said as gospel. Take what we've said as a beginning to your own awakening and to your own research, because that, imagine us, you know, as a Socratic method. What can you do to bring your best self to the revolution? And so much of that is internal work, and it's not about pointing fingers at others. It's about understanding that all of us are responsible for this current shit show that we are experiencing. We have allowed this to happen in our society. And the sooner we take responsibility, and the more in depth that we take that responsibility on, I think will speak to the length of the real change that happens in our world. Mike, any final thoughts?
No, I just want to say good night. Boy,
okay.
Well, at least we go to bed with the record, right? But
yeah,
hey, listen, I'm open to doing this another time. We'll pick a subject. I'll send all the stuff to you, and we'll go through itemization on things. We'll talk about what to do, particularly things that are important. Now that the board's changing, one thing might be more important than another. Let's find out.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Mike,
right,
thank
Dave.
you so much for your time tonight, and I'll let you out, and I'll just close everybody off. And again, Mike, thanks for your time, and thanks for your devotion to this revolution. It is greatly appreciated, and the sacrifices you made. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave. I'll talk to you later.
All right, take care. My friends, thank you again for coming and joining us. You can find me at DavidSnedeker.com, at DaveSnedeker on Twitter. Our Rumble channel is The Indoctrination, and I look forward to bringing you more conversations with Mike, with more details that we put this together in less than 24 hours. And out of that, we slept probably 8, and we spoke for 3.5 before we ever did the show. So there wasn't a lot of time for us to put together more content that could support some of the things that Mike said. But I will tell you that will come. And what he did show us was direct texts from the Flynn camp, and the actual document from the DOJ, and the interaction between he and the lawyer in that scenario, that we're offering him $50 million to sign an NDA and walk away from this stuff. Okay. Show me somebody that's turned down that kind of money, okay, with that kind of character, to then do what he's had to go on and sacrifice so much. So, my friends, thank you all. Thank you, Hawk, for sharing out on your channels. Hawk J. Marsden on Facebook, and Hawk's Mustard Seeds 25 on YouTube. All one word, Hawk's Mustard Seeds 25. And the reason why he's at 25 is because I ruined his last 2 channels by him having me on. And I think some others as well, but he's had to do that many times because he continues to bring this kind of information into the platforms that are so highly censored, like YouTube and Facebook, which I've been kicked off of so many times I can't even go back in. I am persona non grata. So my friends, thank you so much. Please support this kind of research. It goes a long way, as all my shows, all my information is free of charge, but certainly not free to live. So thank you, my friends. Take care, be well, and just stay strong through this incredible world that we are navigating right now. All right. Be well. I love you. Bye-bye.